One more minute and the ship is about to launch. Okay, good morning everyone. Please, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. We start on time. It's Filipino time. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Magandang umaga. Thank you very much. This forum is on hybrid mode, meaning our in-person event here at the Manila Hotel is also being beamed or on live streaming simultaneously via the DOST-PCAARRD website. And yes, we are live on Facebook and LinkedIn via the PCAARRD webpage. Again, it's just past 8 a.m. and this event officially commences with an invocation followed by the singing of the Philippine national anthem. May I request everyone to stand if you are able to, but please stay where you are.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us all today in this important endeavor. We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pangaw, ay
now be seated po. Mabuhay at magandang umaga sa ating lahat. To our foreigner colleagues from India, that means welcome, long live, and good morning to all of us. On behalf of Farm Philippines, I would like to welcome you all to this National Policy Forum to incentivize the wider use of eco-friendly crop protection solutions in the Philippines. I am Albert Perez Aquino. You may call me Apa, as people from Picard call me. I will be the forum host and facilitator. I am also the project manager of Farm Philippines. To formally welcome us, the privilege is really mine to request to the stage the Executive Director of the DOST-PCAARRD and Farm Philippines Project Steering Committee Chairperson, Dr. Reynaldo Ebora. Sir.
Secretary Renato Solidum Jr., our friends from India and UNIDO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Para hindi yata maganda umaga. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCAAARRD, I would like to welcome all of you to the National Policy Forum on Incentivizing the Formulation, Production, and Application of Eco-Friendly Crop Protection Solutions in the Philippines. This forum marks a significant step in our shared commitment to promoting greener, safer, and more sustainable agriculture. It forms part of the Philippine implementation of the UNIDO GF project on promoting eco-friendly crop protection solutions for persistent organic pollutants and highly hazardous pesticide reduction in Asia, or the PARM project. This global initiative, funded by the Global Environment Facility, or GEF, and implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, seeks to reduce the environmental and health risks from chemical pesticides use and to promote the adoption of biopesticides, biocontrol, and other eco-friendly crop protection solutions. In the Philippines, the project is being implemented in partnership with DOST-PCAAARRD and executed by the Philippine Agriculture and Resources Research Foundation, or PARPI. The Philippines faces the continuing challenge of balancing productivity with sustainability. While chemical pesticides have supported our agriculture for decades, their long-term effects on human health and environment can no longer be ignored. The PARM project presents us with the timely opportunity to strengthen our policies and programs to promote eco-friendly crop protection and reduce reliance on hazardous agrochemicals. It is important to note that biopesticides and biocontrol are not new in the Philippines. Many products have already been developed by our scientists with strong support from DOST-PCAAARRD, DA, and our partner research institutions. Many have been proven effective in addressing pest and disease outbreaks in key crops. However, the challenge lies in scaling these innovations to move them from pilot studies to full commercialization, where they can benefit more farmers and contribute to a more competitive local industry. This project allows us to address that gap by creating an enabling policy environment and linking research with enterprise. Today's forum will help identify policy levers and incentive mechanisms to accelerate the development, registration, and use of eco-friendly crop protection products. This involves improving regulatory processes, promoting financing and investment mechanisms, and strengthening capacity and knowledge sharing across the value chain. We deeply appreciate the continued support and collaboration of our government agency partners from the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, or FPA, the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards, or BAPS, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, which serves as the operational focal point of the JEP. Your agencies play vital roles in ensuring that science-based policies and standards guide the development and registration of biopesticides and other sustainable crop protection products. We also acknowledge the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated, or PCAAARRD, representing the private sector in our project steering committee. The participation of the private sector is essential as they bring the capacity and drive to bring technologies to market, transform them into viable enterprises, and ensure that innovation reaches the farmers who need them most. Our partnership with India through HIL also opens opportunity to learn from their experience in scaling up biopesticides such as BTK, neem-based formulation, and trichoderma. These technologies will be exported and field-tested here in the Philippines with active participation of our private sector partners to assess their adaptability and commercial potential under local conditions. But beyond technology transfer, this cooperation also provides a platform to develop and strengthen our own biopesticide industry, one that is responsive to both domestic and international market demands. Through this, we can harness science and innovation to drive sustainability, competitiveness, and resilience in Philippine agriculture. To us at DOST-PCAAARRD, science must translate into practical solutions that serve people and communities. This project embodies that vision, bridging science, policy, and enterprise to make agriculture more sustainable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. I invite all of you to take an active role in today's discussion, to share insights and perspectives, and to work together in charting a roadmap toward a stronger, science-driven, and eco-friendly crop protection industry for the Philippines. Again, thank you and welcome once again. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, RV, for your all-out and enormous support to Farm Philippines. As Dr. Ebora has said, two organizations play pivotal roles in the realization and eventual provision of the farm project in the Philippines. The Philippines Department of Science and Technology and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or as we know, UNIDO. May we request some key messages from our DOST Secretary, Dr. Renato Solidum, to be followed by the UNIDO representative here, Dr. Yash Ramdev, to deliver the message from UNIDO Vienna headquarters from the program manager, Ms. Maren Mellendorf. Secretary Solidum, please. Thank you very much.
A pleasant morning to everyone. To the distinguished representatives from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, along with our regional partners from HIL India Limited and representatives from Country Farm Child Projects. I was informed that there is no grandchildren yet or grandchild yet, but this is a very important endeavor, and thank you for joining us today. We are also grateful for the presence of our partners from the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, academe, private sector, financial institutions, and our colleagues from the Department of Science and Technology. Today's National Policy Forum is a significant step forward in our shared commitment to promoting safer and more sustainable crop protection solutions, especially in these trying times with the ongoing conflict. I was wondering before I came in what farm would actually mean. And of course, you know that is to reduce the chemical for agriculture, but I thought of asking AI about my idea of renaming farm. And I typed the idea, the project title that I wanted, Fostering Agricultural Resilience and Management. Because, and so AI answered me, fostering agricultural resilience and management is about moving from a reactive crisis mode to a proactive system that can withstand climate shocks, economic volatility, and resource scarcity. It is the difference between just surviving a drought and having a system designed to handle one. And it followed several suggestions on how to handle this. The reason why I asked AI about my idea is simply because we need to really appreciate this project, especially with the context of the Middle East crisis and the possible scarcity of things that help our agricultural production. Why is this so? The challenge we are addressing through this project is both global and urgent. The continued use of persistent organic pollutants and highly hazardous pesticides. When UNIDO invited the DOST to take part in this project in 2022, we immediately recognized its significance and alignment with our priorities. We knew this was not a new beginning, but rather a continuation and strengthening of our ongoing initiatives towards sustainable and responsible agriculture. The DOST Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCAARRD for short, quickly recognized its potential to complement existing programs supporting integrated pest management, safe crop protection, production, and green innovation. This project serves not as a replacement, but an accelerator of our shared goals for a more sustainable agricultural future. As implementation begins, the importance of collaboration becomes even clearer. The transition from hazardous chemical pesticides to eco-friendly biological control and biopesticides is not only a scientific challenge, but also a policy and institutional one. It requires a whole-of-society approach, protecting our farmers' health and livelihoods, ensuring food and environmental safety, and preserving the natural resources that sustain our agriculture and ecosystems. At the DOST, we firmly believe that science, technology, and innovation must be harnessed to advance inclusive economic growth, environmental resilience, and public welfare. The promotion of biopesticides and biological control agents is a tangible reflection of this mission. It demonstrates how STI can directly shape evidence-based policy, regulatory improvement, and responsible market transformation. I have always emphasized in many of my engagements that agriculture must be treated as a business, a dynamic, technology-driven enterprise that creates value, generates income, and sustains livelihoods. Unfortunately, we are seeing fewer young Filipinos entering the agricultural sector. And to prove this statement, look around. You know what I mean. Just kidding. Often because farming is still perceived as labor-intensive, uncertain, and less profitable. If we want to attract the next generation, We must transform this perception by integrating science, data, and innovation into agricultural practices. At the DOST, we are working toward this transformation through several initiatives that promote smart and modern agriculture. One example is Project Saray, smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry in the Philippines, which uses satellite data, crop modeling, and decision support tools to help farmers make informed choices from planting schedules to risk management. Through programs like this, we aim to empower farmers with science-based information while demonstrating to our youth that agriculture today is increasingly knowledge-driven, technology-enabled, and full of opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship. However, meaningful change requires coherent policies, strong institutions, and sustained partnerships. To realize the objectives of the Farm Project, we must continue to work together on addressing key components, which are regulatory alignment, capacity building, and sustainable financing mechanisms. The DOST, through DOST-PCAARRD and our councils, stands ready to provide the scientific and technical expertise necessary to make this initiative truly transformative. That is why today's National Policy Forum is so significant, again, emphasizing the current crisis that we are facing. It brings together our government agencies, policymakers, research institutions, private sector partners, financial experts, and farmer organizations in one venue for dialogue and convergence. When I talked to the other sector the other day, we talk about currently energy conservation. To really make sure that we do that, we must have energy conversation. And that is why in these times, we've been talking with Dr. Ebora that we need to ramp up our communication and messaging in our advocacy. This is where science meets policy, where we can transform research outputs into actionable frameworks and align our national direction towards safer, more sustainable agricultural practices. That is why, as said, fostering agriculture resilience and management is my interpretation of what farm is. We are confident that the outcomes of this project will serve as a model of collaboration for the region and a benchmark for science-driven policy reform in agricultural sustainability. So, let us continue working hand in hand to ensure that science, innovation, and policy move together toward a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient agricultural system for the Filipino people and outside of the country. With your support, we can do this. Maraming salamat at makaagham na araw sa ating lahat.
Honorable Secretary Renato, Solidum, Dr. Reynaldo, Ebora, distinguished representative of government and ministries, public and private stakeholders, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. I bring greetings from UNIDO. This is a great day for us. We come here to begin our farm activities in Philippines with the introduction of a policy forum. This National Policy Forum is a part of broader regional initiative under the Global Environmental Facilities Funded Farm Project, implemented jointly in Philippines and India. Among others, there are 7 other child projects which are being implemented in different countries across the globe. The regional project is titled Promoting Eco-Friendly Crop Protection Solution for Persistent Organic Pollutant and Highly Hazardous Pesticide Reduction in Asia. Through this collaboration, the project promotes eco-friendly crop protection solutions with the goal of reducing persistent organic pollutant and highly hazardous pesticide across region. In the Philippines, the transition from chemical-based to organic agriculture remains a significant challenge. At present, only 2% of farming activities employ organic practices. The farm project works to address this gap by fostering sustainable agriculture practices, sharing knowledge and technology from India's more advanced biopesticide sector, and facilitating the adoption of environmentally safe alternatives in key crops such as rice, banana, and vegetables. This collaboration also leverages the Philippines' unique opportunity, including the capacity for product testing across diverse crops and climate conditions. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere recognition of the leadership and guidance that have been instrumental in advancing this initiative, reflecting the government's steadfast commitment to science, innovation, and sustainable agricultural development. We are particularly grateful for the remarkable leadership of Dr. Brown, Dr. Adela, and their dedicated team at PCAARRD and PARFI. Their technical expertise, strategic vision, and tireless efforts have been critical in coordinating the project inception phase, stakeholder management, and ensuring result-oriented planning. A central focus of today's discussion is promoting eco-friendly crop protection solutions while reducing the use of persistent organic pollutants and highly hazardous pesticides. Insecticides accounts for over half of the country's pesticide trade, with rice, banana, and vegetable cultivation consuming the largest volumes. The farm project addresses these challenges by harmonizing legislative and policy framework on biopesticides, establishing demonstration sites, and providing on-field testing for farmers. These initiatives strengthen capacities, enhance policy alignment, and facilitate the adoption of safer alternatives. Beyond technical implementation, the farm project emphasizes the broader impact of sustainable agriculture by fostering enabling environment for sustainable investment, innovation, and financing. The project contributes to the building a resilient agricultural sector capable of meeting the needs of the farmer and consumers alike while protecting natural resources for future generations. Particularly noteworthy is the regional dimension of the project, which provide an important platform for knowledge sharing, joint problem solving, and the exchange of best practices between India and the Philippines. This cross-country collaboration exemplifies South-South cooperation, enhances the relevance of solution, and demonstrates how regional partnership can accelerate the adoption of environmentally responsible agricultural practices. I am confident that today's policy forum, drawing on the distinguished expertise gathered here and the collective commitment of all stakeholders, will produce meaningful deliberations that guide the Philippines towards a more sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible agricultural practices. On behalf of UNIDO, I extend my sincere gratitude for your presence and your partnership and your dedication to this shared agenda. I wish productive discussion, insight exchanges, and a highly successful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DOST Secretary Dr. Solidum. and Dr. Ramdev for representing Ms. Mellendorf. Now, this is indeed a showcase, Farm Philippines that is. It's a showcase of a strong and impactful collaboration between one UN member country, the Philippines, and a multilateral organization like the United Nations and its various agencies, in this case, the UNIDO. Siguro nagtatanong kayo, why are we here? And what's in it for us or for your respective organizations or firms? And why the need to collab? Hold your horses, ladies, gentlemen, for I will call to the stage Dr. Ernesto Brown, the former director of the Socioeconomics Research Division of PCAARRD, and the Farm Philippines project leader to enlighten us on the rationale of the forum. Ernie?
Thank you, Doc Apa. We call him Apa, Dr. Albert Aquino. Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, international partners and participants from stakeholder agencies and organizations, good morning, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Welcome to the National Policy Forum on Incentivizing the Formulation, Production, and Application of Eco-Friendly Crop Protection Solutions in the Philippines. On behalf of the Farm Philippines, we are really deeply grateful to our DOST Secretary, Secretary Renato Solidum. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this event with your presence. DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, but I think she's represented here. I'm talking of Dr. Lea Buendia, I think represented by Ms. Karen Lu Aison. We also have the Assistant Secretary for Development Cooperation, Mr. Rodolfo, Assistant Secretary Rodolfo Calzado. Thank you very much, sir, for steadfast support of the project. We welcome our esteemed colleagues from UNIDO, the National Technical Advisor, Dr. Yash Ramdev, and we also have our country representative, Mr. Teddy Monroy of UNIDO. A special welcome also goes to our regional farm counterparts from India, Additional General Manager of Hill India Limited, Dr. Rahendra Tapar, and Director for Marketing, Mr. Shashank Chaturvedi. Thank you for joining us. Of course, we have to acknowledge our project, the steering committee. We have the chair and members of the Philippine steering committee. We have our executive director, DOST-PCAARRD, and PSC Chair, Dr. Reynaldo, Ebora. We have also our Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Resource Management, and Support Services, Dr. Melvin Carlos. We have Executive Director Glenn Estrada of the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. We have OIC Executive Director Mary Grace Mandigma of the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standard. And we have Director Al Orolfo of the DNR, Foreign Assisted and Special Project Service. Of course, Mr. Philip Ong, sir, of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated. Finally, to our participants from various farmer groups, cooperatives, private organizations, and LGUs, we are grateful to have you with us today. So APA earlier asked the question, why are we here? We are here because we recognize a fundamental truth. The future of global food security must be as sustainable as it is productive. As the farm program tagline goes, sustainable fields, financial yields. With the current economic crisis, which threatens agricultural sustainability, eco-friendly crop protection solutions like biopesticides represent a critical path forward. By offering a biodegradable, less toxic, and highly targeted alternative to conventional chemicals, they serve as the cornerstone for a healthier ecosystem and a more proactive implementation of integrated pest management. Although they are recognized as an alternative to highly hazardous pesticides or HHPs and persistent organic pollutants or POPs, their adoption is hindered by several interconnected barriers. One, institutional and regulatory barriers. Two, technology and practice. Three, capacity and awareness. And four, financial constraints. Current policy frameworks and regulatory systems often focus on production volume and agrochemicals over sustainable protection. The lack of established registration systems create loopholes that complicate international supply chains. Further, there is a significant knowledge gap from regulators to farmers, a lack of awareness regarding the effectiveness of greener alternatives, which keep these products sidelined as add-ons rather than primary biologically based crop protection solutions. This hinders market development and accelerated growth of market share of biopesticide alternatives, keeping the current options expensive and labor intensive. Finally, access to green financing for transitioning to organic or to eco-friendly crop protection solutions, such as biocontrol products, remains limited, underscoring the exclusion of farmers from sustainable financing and market premiums. These challenges have reduced the acceptability and commercial utilization of biopesticides. This National Policy Forum is designed to bridge this gap by bringing together relevant stakeholders and key industry players and spotlighting the importance of policy in ensuring wider use and adoption of biopesticides. We will identify policy and regulatory constraints to scaling eco-friendly crop protection solutions, explore financing and incentive mechanisms to support formulation, production, and adoption, strengthen institutional capacity and knowledge management systems, and build stronger partnerships across government, academe, industry, development partners, and farming communities. Together, we hope to address the existing challenges in the industry and ultimately enhance government regulatory capacity to enable safe and effective adoption of eco-friendly crop protection solutions to reduce POPs and HHPs. The commercialization of biologically based crop protection solution offers a feasible alternative responding to challenges of food security and agricultural sustainability. Together, we will bridge the policy gap while designing the appropriate financial mechanisms and building the capacity that will allow biopesticides to reach their full potential. Thank you very much, and we look forward to a productive and engaging discussion with everyone. Thank you. Marami pong salamat.
Ernie, thank you very much for setting the tone for this forum. Commercial lang muna ako because since we are live on Facebook, I'd like to greet those who are watching us online. We're being watched by professors from Central Mindanao University, from Central Luzon State University, Sultan Kudarat State University, if I'm not mistaken, SKSU, correct? And we are being watched from Net 25 Radio Aguila. So for those of us who are online and watching us, maybe we will be able to read your comments later during the open forum. So maraming salamat po for your online participation. Next on the program, I think we have to get to know a bit of the attendees. And may I call in Ms. Monica Castillo of the CERD-PCAARRD and Farm Philippines Government Regulatory Capacity Component Leader to do the roll call. And Mo, please, your turn. Thank you.
Dr. Aquino. Good morning, everyone. All right. It is my honor to officially recognize our stakeholders and participants for today's event. We are truly grateful for the presence of our key institutions and organizations that have made this event possible. So I will be calling each institution or organization, and may I request, as I call your organizations, to please stand to be recognized. So let me start with our stakeholders from the regulatory and national sector agencies. Please join me in welcoming our representatives from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We have from Environmental Management Bureau, thank you po. We also have participants from the Foreign Assisted and Special Projects Service. Thank you. We are also joined by our colleagues from the Department of Agriculture. We have from the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. Thank you so much. We also have from the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standard. We have from table 2. Okay. We also have representatives from the Agricultural Training Institute Central Office. We are also joined by our colleagues from the Regional Office of DAATI. We have DAATI Region 3. We also have from DAATI Region 4A. And we also have from the Agricultural Credit Policy Council. Okay. We also have representatives from the Bureau of Plant Industry. Thank you so much from our Department of Agriculture. Now from the Department of Science and Technology, from the DOST Central Office, of course we have our Secretary and Assistant Secretary together with our colleagues from Central Office. We also have our colleagues, of course, from the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development. Please stand po. Thank you so much. And we also have colleagues from our regional offices. We have DOST Region 2. Thank you. We also have from DOST Region 3. And we have from DOST Region 11. Okay. Maraming salamat po. Now, we also have representatives from the Department of Trade and Industry. Thank you, sir. And from the Cooperative Development Authority. Thank you, ma'am. All right. We also have representatives from the local government. We have from the Office of the Provincial Agriculturist of Pangasinan. Thank you so much. And we have from the Office of the Provincial Agriculturist Laguna. Maraming salamat po. We also have participants from different financing institutions. We have Sacred Heart Credit and Development Cooperative. Thank you, sir. We also have from Yakap at Halik Multipurpose Cooperative. Thank you so much, sir. Now, from NGOs, associations, and the private sector, we are joined by the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated. Thank you so much, sir. We also have participants from the Crop Protection Association of the Philippines Incorporated. We also have from the Biopesticides Philippines Incorporated. We have from the Leeds Agricultural Products Corporation. We also have partners from the innovative multidisciplinary R&D projects for accelerating community transformation incorporated. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have from the Jollibee Group Foundation Incorporated. Thank you. We also have from the ASIL Laboratories Incorporated. We have from the ADA Manufacturing Corporation. And from Haltech Crop Labs Incorporated. We also have partners from the Nature Tech Innovation Group. Thank you, ma'am. We also have colleagues from the academe. First, we have University of the Philippines Los Baños National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. We also have partners from the National Crop Protection Center. Thank you po. And from the College of Public Affairs and Development. We also have colleagues from the University of Southern Mindanao. Thank you, sir. Now for farmer cooperatives, we have Binitawan Norte Farmers Association from Nueva Vizcaya. Okay. We also have Los Baños Farmers Association from Laguna. Thank you. We also have Pampanga Farmers Association. Okay. And of course, we have our international partners. We have United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And we have our partner HIL or HIL India Limited. We also have our partner from the Visayas Agriculture Innovation Incorporated. Thank you so much. And of course, again, I would like to recognize our participants, our online participants. Hope we were able to recognize everyone. Please let us know if we miss someone so we can acknowledge you properly. So again, thank you so much for joining us. Yes, sir? Thank you so much. We have participants from Nueva Vizcaya State University. Thank you so much, sir. Again, maraming salamat po. Thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to a productive and engaging discussion with everyone. Thank you.
Bago tayo mag-photo op, kasi kailangan ng photo op, it's part of the documentation. So, Pero bago tayo mag-photo op, Mo, may I acknowledge on behalf of Farm Philippines, our partner, Parfi, and the board of directors who are here. Maraming salamat po. I have to acknowledge Parfi because Parfi is the Farm Philippines fund manager. So, Dr. Adalia and to the board of directors led by former Chancellor Villarreal. I think Chancellor po kayo nung graduate student ako. So maraming salamat po. Thank you. Oh my God. Nandito yung mga professors ko, natatakot tuloy ako. Dr. Pabuhayan, maraming salamat po. Thank you. And we're talking of collaboration here. And one of the forthcoming strong collaboration in terms of bioefficacy trial is the engagement of a research team. May I acknowledge the research team, please? The research team is headed by Dr. Vicky Migo and also with Dr. Jinky Brown. So maraming salamat po, ma'am. Our collaboration would still be inked formally today. So maraming salamat. Okay. Since we need to document and we need a photo op, hindi na po yung nasa stage kasi it would take time, but may I ask you to stand in place, that is if you can, but please remain in place. May PCAARRD staff po in charge who would guide us in terms of the photo op. After this, meron na tayong break. All right? Thank you. We start on time, we break on time. It's exactly 9 o'clock. We'll have a short break for your coffee, tea, and collaboration and what have you until 9:30. Now the policy forum starts promptly at 9:30 a.m. So coffee is there. I don't know where the snacks are.
UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, is promoting a digital, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable transformation, and the upscaling of digital capabilities in developing countries and economies in transition. Today, development dynamics associated with innovation, division of labour and job creation are rapidly changing under the new paradigm created by the Fourth Industrial Revolution and accelerated digitalisation. UNIDO works with international organisations, governments, businesses, academia, development finance institutions and the civil society to leverage opportunities offered by digitalisation and the Fourth Industrial Revolution for industrial development that is more knowledge and innovation driven. To this end, UNIDO promotes the adoption of digital and innovative solutions to respond to the evolving needs of the people and the planet. UNIDO is fully committed to doing its part in ensuring a more inclusive and sustainable industrial transformation worldwide through facilitating the uptake of Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, promoting the Fourth Industrial Revolution technological learnings and innovation, reforming regulatory technologies for industrial modernization, encompassing smart energy, climate change, circular economy, e-commerce, addressing the Fourth Industrial Revolution skills and gender gaps, and building the national, regional, and sectoral innovation systems. UNIDO demonstrates success stories in supporting a smoother digital transformation and transition to Fourth Industrial Revolution in Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Iran, Jordan, Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, Namibia, Tajikistan, Tunisia, Philippines, etc. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, is promoting a digital, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable transformation, and the upscaling of digital capabilities in developing countries and economies in transition. Today, development dynamics associated with innovation, division of labour and job creation are rapidly changing under the new paradigm created by the Fourth Industrial Revolution and accelerated digitalisation. UNIDO works with international organisations.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCAARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Dito sa Lakbay Galing, libre kang makakabiyahe mula Luzon hanggang Mindanao para tunghayan ang galing ng DOST-PCAARRD initiatives. Kaya wag munang papara, kapit lang ng maigi at sumakay na sa Lakbay Galing. Mapapanood ito sa YouTube channel ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Paano ba natin mapapayabong ang mga halamang gamot sa ating bansa?
Ano na nga ba ang kondisyon at kalidad ng tubig sa 7 lawa ng San Pablo?
Ano nga ba ang mga sari-buhay na matatagpuan natin sa Mount Banahaw?
Ano nga ba ang estado ng mga sari-buhay sa Verde Island Passage?
Paano nga ba natin mapakikinabangan ang mga black soldier fly?
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCAARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
Dito sa Lakbay Galing, libre kang makakabiyahe mula Luzon hanggang Mindanao para tunghayan ang galing ng DOST-PCAARRD initiatives. Kaya wag munang papara, kapit lang ng maigi at sumakay na sa Lakbay Galing. Mapapanood ito sa YouTube channel ng DOST-PCAARRD.
Paano ba natin mapapayabong ang mga halamang gamot sa ating bansa?
Ano na nga ba ang kondisyon at kalidad ng tubig sa 7 lawa ng San Pablo?
Ano nga ba ang mga sari-buhay na matatagpuan natin sa Mount Banahaw?
Ano nga ba ang estado ng mga sari-buhay sa Verde Island Passage?
Paano nga ba natin mapakikinabangan ang mga black soldier fly?
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCAARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at
Amidst unprecedented challenges, our food systems are now more vulnerable. The pandemic, conflicts, economic slowdown, and climate crisis have disrupted global food supply chains, leaving millions hungry and food insecure. In 2021, hunger affected up to 828 million people. But a world without hunger is possible. How do we achieve it? Through sustainable industrialization. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, provides solutions to advance food security by facilitating technology transfer and agribusiness investment. It collaborates with the private sector and UN organizations, such as FAO and WFP, to ensure that all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. UNIDO, established in 1966, supports its 172 member states by leveraging its experience, expertise, and global networks to strengthen food processing industries in developing countries. The farm-to-fork efforts are supported through food systems transformation, agribusiness investment, off-farm job creation, and sustainable production in agribusinesses. For example, UNIDO supports the private sector and government in setting up integrated agro-food parks to boost investments. UNIDO also employs digital technologies to streamline agri-food supply chains and promote knowledge transfer. This boosts food security, lowers costs, and creates job opportunities, while empowering women and youth. It minimizes waste, enhances safety, and opens access to new markets. Strengthening sustainable supply chains not only creates jobs, it also increases export revenues and boosts economies. Let's work together to transform food systems, promote sustainability, and end hunger. Amidst unprecedented challenges, our food systems are now more vulnerable. The pandemic, conflicts, economic slowdown, and climate crisis have disrupted global food supply chains, leaving millions hungry and food insecure. In 2021, hunger affected up to 828 million people. But a world without hunger is possible. How do we achieve it? Through sustainable industrialization. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, provides solutions to advance food security by facilitating technology transfer and agribusiness investment. It collaborates with the private sector and UN organizations, such as FAO and WFP, to ensure that all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. UNIDO, established in 1966, supports its 172 member states by leveraging its experience, expertise, and global networks to strengthen food processing industries in developing countries. The farm-to-fork efforts are supported through food systems transformation, agribusiness investment, off-farm job creation, and sustainable production in agribusinesses. For example, UNIDO supports the private sector and government in setting up integrated agro-food parks to boost investments. UNIDO also employs digital technologies to streamline agri-food supply chains and promote knowledge transfer. This boosts food security, lowers costs, and creates job opportunities, while empowering women and youth. It minimizes waste, enhances safety, and opens access to new markets. Strengthening sustainable. The United Nations Industrial Development Organization helps implement innovative solutions to help countries meet their net zero objectives. Nearly half the world's population is highly vulnerable to climate impacts and severe water shortages. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels in accordance with the Paris Agreement, we must act now. In light of its mandate and the 2030 Agenda, UNIDO promotes low-emission climate-resilient development. This means promoting policies, technologies, and practices so that countries can tackle climate action while creating millions of new jobs. UNIDO promotes the adoption of renewable energy sources, facilitates the transfer of knowledge and technology, advocates for improved energy and resource efficiency, explores diverse renewable energy applications, and develops nature-based solutions. The aim is to combat climate change and drive cleaner, more efficient industrial practices. To accelerate this process, UNIDO provides a platform for innovation, investment mobilization, and climate partnerships. By working together, we can help mitigate climate change and shape a greener future for us all. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial.
Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCAARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman at teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST-PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, Kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST-PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, akwatika at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST-PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST-PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST-PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST-PCAARRD.
watching online. Let me acknowledge the online attendees. We have attendees, online attendees from Aklan State University, Visayas State, Sulu State University, Phil Rice, Benguet State, and one from New York City. And I hope I don't mispronounce this, somebody from Wageningen in the Netherlands. So, and we also would like to acknowledge our media partners from the Manila Bulletin and Business Mirror. So, the policy session proper is now on. You could still have your snacks. But please allow me to briefly walk you through what's gonna happen next. There will be 5 presentations, one after another. And each presentation will have a maximum of 15 minutes. I repeat, maximum of 15 minutes. To the presenters, please be mindful of the signage that says you have 10 minutes left, you have 5 minutes, and when you see the sign 2 minutes, time to wrap up. Okay, here's the order of presentation as outlined in your program. Presentation 1 will focus on the pesticide and the biopesticide industry to be delivered by Dr. Candida Adalia. Ma'am Adalia is a retired professor from UPLB and a renowned Filipina entomologist. On a personal note, she was my first ever boss when I was a student assistant at UPLB during my final semester as an agribusiness management student. Presentation 2 will tackle key policy and regulatory challenges facing biopesticide and organic biocontrol agents, which will be presented by Dr. Agnes Rola. Ma'am Agnes is a professor emeritus at UPLB and an academician of the DOST National Science Academy of Science and Technology, or NAST. She is an agricultural economist who specializes in agricultural and resource economics as well as development economics. As an aside, we worked together, I think, twice in various evaluation studies during my stint at USAID. The third presentation will deal on co-financing sustainable crop protection programs and modalities by Dr. V. Bruce J. Tolentino. Dr. Bruce has a long list of achievements attached to his name. I'll just name a few. Founding Executive Director of the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, or ACPC. Former Philippines Department of Agriculture Undersecretary. Former Deputy Director General at the International Rice Research Institute. Former board member of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Bangko Sentral means the Central Bank of the Philippines. And currently professor at UPLB. Presentation 4 will focus on knowledge and capacity building gaps affecting eco-friendly crop protection alternatives by Dr. Lilian Lando. Lilian has extensive experience in knowledge management and communications and outreach. She is a plant pathologist by training. She was a former Picard Applied Communications Division Director and Country Communications Officer then at the World Fish Center. Currently, She is Farm Assistant Project Manager. And presentation 5 will share lessons from India, especially policy incentives and capacity building efforts. Now, this will be jointly presented by or delivered by Dr. Rajendra Thapar and Mr. Shashank Chaturvedi. Dr. Raj, as I refer to him, has a PhD in entomology and an MBA. Quite nice combination, entomology and MBA. Mr. Chaturvedi is director at Hill India Limited, has a postgraduate degree in horticulture, and also has an MBA. Without further ado, may I have, please, the first presentation. Ma'am?
Colleagues, good morning to everyone. I hope you're still with me. Katatapos lang naman ng kape. I think one of the reasons why I was assigned to be the first speaker is because of, well, advancing age. And maybe my relationship with APA. Okay. Well, seriously, please allow me to present my paper today. The topic assigned to me was From Chemical to Green Solutions, an overview of pesticides and the biopesticide industry in the Philippines. Let me walk you through the journey from chemical pesticide to green solutions. The chemical-based era of 1940s to 1980s is characterized by the use of traditional pesticide. Nasaan yung... Ito pala. Forward. Ayan. So, hindi ko nakikita eh. Pwedeng i-move natin to. Okay, better. Thank you. Sorry for that. The journey from chemical to green solutions is conveniently classified into the era of post-war II and green revolution that covers 1940 to 1980. And you will note that the post-war era is characterized by the use of synthetics, mostly fertilizer and pesticides that was introduced during the time to increase yield. And towards the end of the era comes the Green Revolution effort, which was during the 1960s to 1980s, characterized by the expansion of cultivated areas for food crops such as rice and corn. And this is where our Masagana 99 comes in, where our farmers were taught about high-yielding varieties and the calendar pesticide application. Well, for my students, I had always mentioned that era was characterized by the highest use of pesticide in the history of Philippine agriculture. And then towards 1990, we had the introduction of integrated pest management, and in response to many problems that was brought about by the Masagana 99. You also know that towards the 20,000, the government approved a Republic Act 1080 1080 of 2010, also known as the Organic Agriculture Law. And this revolutionized or somewhat transition agriculture into or towards green solutions. And at present, some of the technologies that were introduced in the organic agriculture, some of the organic agriculture technologies were formalized or formulated into what we refer to as nano formulation. So we saw the proliferation of nano formulations, no, of pesticide, whether biopesticides or the traditional chemical pesticide. So let me just align with you our definition of what pesticide is. So this has been part of Philippine agriculture, whether applied through the ordinary knapsack sprayer on your left, right on your left top left portion. Then you have the aerial application towards on your right down, and the more modern way of applying pesticide using the drone. Okay. The traditional or the chemical era brought about a number of issues. And one, we have the environmental issue, which you have heard earlier, that is one of the major issues that will also be addressed by the project. Environmental pollution, followed by health risks to humans and animals, development of pesticide-resistant pests, and also impact on beneficial insects and biodiversity. What are the drivers to the shift from the traditional pesticide or traditional chemical to biorationals or biopesticides? One is well, of course, the one that the issues that I had earlier identified: environment and human health, global advocacy for IPM, global increase in prices of petroleum-based pesticide, and I'm sure that is very relevant these days. I'm sure the prices of petroleum-based pesticide will also automatically go with our energy crisis. And then the enactment of the organic agriculture. In the Philippines, the enactment of organic agriculture law in 2010. And of course, the development of local and green technologies by experts in our academe as well as research institutions. Biorationals and the green alternatives includes microbial pesticides, plant-based pesticides such as neem and pyrethroids, biochemical pesticides like hormone regulators and pheromones, and we have the genetically engineered plant with PIPs. This is another topic that is very, very interesting also. And the benefits of biorational would translate into one, reduction of environmental pollution, improve human health and safety, increase crop yield and quality, and support sustainable agriculture, particularly the use of indigenous and less toxic to non-target species. Current registration. What do we have in the Philippines that are already registered? Well, with FPA, there are registrations for Bacillus thuringiensis, variety Isawai, Bacillus thuringiensis, and Bacillus thuringiensis variety Kurstaki by some of the local registrants. We also have Bacillus subtilis registered as a biofertilizer. Then with BAPS, we have Parker neem tonic and Icon. The list may be incomplete, but this is based on the publication of FPA and BOPs that I reviewed. Some samples of the registered biorationals. I'm sorry for the color and the small prints, but there are about 12 products and registered by different companies, recommended as pesticide, insecticides against DBM, and major pest of petri, aphids, mites, and melon fly, some fungicides for the control of crown rat, head rat of cabbage. Some are registered as a general biopesticide, and others are registered for scale insects in coconut, pineapple, and biofertilizer that induces the production of systemic acquired resistance. So this is still related to protecting the crop against the disease. Okay. I reviewed also research highlights of PCAARRD and found that there are a lot of unregistered but already in its advanced stage of evaluation. So probably this is something that farm can include in the bioefficacy trial, because this is already in the later stage of development and may already qualify for registration if the final evaluation is or can be generated to support the requirements of FPA. From the NRCP, from NCPC, they have this Glycidia-based extracts, we call it cacahuate. And then CLSU had a lot or several products that had been generated and already evaluated, a bit advanced already. 6 extracts from lantana, coleus, alpinia, curcuma, the turmeric plant, and then Catharanthus roscius, which were developed by the CLSU funded by PCAARRD. And then from the National Biotechnology Institute or UPLB Biotech, ito yung ating talagang powerhouse or source ng ating mga biorationals. They have Acticon, Brown Magic, BioY, Balm Root Inoculant, Will Cure, and BioN. Some of these products here were generated or developed by our notable scientists who are in this forum. So we have a lot. Well, we can probably start from here, especially that they already have recommendations on how to use it, where to apply, or which crops they will be useful. Then the current state of pesticide and biopesticide industry in the Philippines. Well, the biopesticide industry in the Philippines is said to have constrict or shall we say, not constrict, but had continuously relied on imported products, and imports were coming from Malaysia, India, Japan, and China, being the major suppliers as of 2024. While the volume of use was highest during the Masagana 99, it transitioned to more sustainable options in response to the persistent challenges related to global price fluctuation, pest infestation, increasing environmental concerns, and farmers' safety practices. According to one of the recent market analysis 6W published in 2022, the pesticide market in the Philippines is forecast to contract by 13.3% in 2029. This is a big reduction in terms of volume. But there is also a continuing increase in the demand for herbicide as an offshoot of shortage in farm labor. On the other hand, the biopesticide industry is emerging and growing, driven by the government support for sustainable agriculture and rising consumers' demand for organic produce, although the market share is currently small, just approximately 1% of the total pesticide market. It is projected to grow significantly to 1 billion industry in the near future. This is according to the source. My source here is CanResearch.com. It's an online publication. You have it in the manual. So, looking forward, investment in biopesticide. I see biopesticide production facilities as a very bright investment opportunity. Precision application technologies and investment into pesticide application system that uses drone and smart sprayers with sensors is also seen as bright and profitable. Education and training programs for farmers. So, hingi na naman tayo ng training money sa government. This runs against one of the senators' stand na wala nang funding ng training. Sobra-sobra na yan. Uneducatable na ang mga Filipino farmers. Inis na inis po ako doon. We can invigorate the training program that includes yung ating mga green technologies and of course yung alignment ng mga green pesticides in the IPM technology. Also, expansion of distribution in the rural areas. I think there is a significant aligned market opportunity in agricultural provinces. Kasi bakit nagmamahal yung presyo sa agricultural provinces? Kasi wala silang distribution center doon. Yung distribution center, nasa mga urban centers. So, si farmer pupunta pa ng bayan or ng probinsya, kung saan merong distributor. I think Sir Toto understand this very well. Kung wala silang distributor doon sa mga agricultural provinces, mahal yung kanilang product kasi magagaling pa sa ibang lugar. And looking forward, the outlook for biopesticide industry in the Philippines is very positive, driven by a combination of government initiatives, increasing consumer health awareness, and global push for environmental sustainability. As a regulatory framework, our harmonized and R&D efforts yield more accessible and cost-effective products. The market share is anticipated to rise substantially in the coming years. I think this is my last slide. Thank you and good morning to everyone.
Before the next speaker, the Americans say a lot of moving parts, and we're building the plane as we fly it. May I announce certain revisions in the program? The best way to adjust to this is to be nimble. There would be an adjustment in the program, and if you look at your program, immediately following the open forum should be stakeholder engagement advisory. Instead of that, The open forum would be followed by the signing of the Statement of Cooperation and Memorandum of Agreement. So it would not be a separate session anymore during lunchtime, but would be integral to the program, and it would immediately follow the open forum or Q&A after the panel discussion. So, may I request PMU to please prep the signatories so that we can prepare by 11 o'clock. The next presentation is the regulatory framework, policy and regulatory framework, to be delivered by Dr. Agnes Rola. Ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Apa for this kind invitation to speak before you. I would also like to thank my research support team who actually did this presentation. Si Mo, si Cha, at si Jel. All right. So this morning, I'm going to talk to you about key policy and regulatory constraints to the formulation, production, and application of biorational pesticides and organic biocontrol agents, now they call OBCAs, right? Here in the Philippines. Okay, so I thought this was a 10-minute presentation, but now it's 15 minutes. So let me just go through the presentation outline. So I'll talk about the objectives, why biopesticides, the global trends in pesticides and biopesticides, and the Philippine case in terms of the registration of biopesticide landscape, policy and institutional context for biorational pesticides and OBCAs, as well as issues and challenges and recommendations. So the information here came from the literature, the secondary literature, as well as results of key information gathered by our research team. All right, so the objectives of this presentation are to map the existing policy and institutional framework governing biorational pesticides and the OBCAs here in the Philippines, identify critical bottlenecks in formulation, production, registration, and field application, and offer practical policy options for improving coordination, efficiency, and the support systems as could be addressed by the farm project. All right. Kanina sinabi na sa atin ni Ma'am what biopesticides are, but we have two kinds of biopesticides actually, and two institutions who govern these biopesticides. So we have first the biorational pesticides that are naturally occurring, or if man synthesizes the chemicals, then it must be structurally identical to a naturally occurring chemical. And this kind of biorational pesticides, they are governed by the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. The other classification is the organic biocontrol agents, which also are organisms that are naturally occurring substances that control pests and diseases. They can be classified as botanicals, macrobials, microbials, and semiochemicals. The body governing these type of pesticides is the BAFs under the DA. Okay. Again, as was mentioned earlier, we promote biopesticides because they play a crucial role in sustainable agriculture, promoting both human and environmental health, as well as food safety. Okay, So in terms of the trends, global and here in the Philippines, for pesticide, in general, chemical pesticide use has steadily increased both at the national and global level. Here, so this is the trend of pesticide use, globally and nationally. Okay. So that was chemical pesticides, okay? This one is the global trends on biopesticides, as per the data that we have generated. So the usage of biopesticides is also rising, but by approximately 10% annually on a global basis. And market research also showed a shift toward natural alternatives and greater demand for chemical-free, sustainable food, with our region, the Asia-Pacific, emerging as the fastest-growing region for biopesticides. Okay, here in the Philippines, we don't have any data on adoption of biopesticides, for that matter, though we have some data that shows that farmers adopt sustainable farming practices. So maybe fertilizer, biofertilizers are being used by some of our farmers. All right, so now let me go to the policy and institutional context for biorationals and for OBCAs. And as I mentioned earlier, there are two distinct institutions governing these biopesticides. So one is governed by FPA through the PD 1144, and the other is governed by the BAPS. Okay, let me see. Through the RA 168. Okay. And aside from this, there are other related policies governing the use of the biorationals, such as DA Department circulars, customs and DA import circulars, PD 1433 or the plant quarantine law, and other cross-sectoral rules, such as those of the DNR. Okay, so this is what I would like to highlight and for you to really understand, because the Philippines adopts a dual approach for biopesticides regulation. So what does this imply in terms of use, adoption of biopesticides? So the FPA serves as the primary regulatory agency for the manufacture, formulation, importation, distribution, etc. of the biorational pesticides. On the other hand, the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards, or the BAPS, certifies the core OBCAs, and they register organic inputs, monitor organic agricultural facilities, and do other things related to organic biorationals. So I don't know, most of these are under the Department of Agriculture, but there's no document to show that there's a platform where these two organizations work together. Okay, so there are other agencies involved as well in governing these agrochemicals, as shown here. That's the list. However, what happened? Okay. So these are the key questions and concerns regarding the governance. So aside from the barriers existing for the local production and export of biopesticides, I guess the more challenging question would be, how does the current dual approach to biopesticides regulation impact coordination, efficiency, and clarity for stakeholders? How do these agencies collaborate in regulating biopesticides? And how effective is their interagency coordination in supporting the development, registration, and use of the products? Lastly, how do the mandates of the national agencies align with the roles and capacities of local government units? Again, we need to understand the link between national agencies and local agencies, because local agencies will be the one monitoring the impact of these chemicals or the biopesticides. So we need to look at capacities of local government units in supporting safe and sustainable crop protection. Ay, nasaan na ako? Sorry. All right. Yeah, I think I was looking at another slide. Sorry about that. But here we have tried to map the regulatory pathways in biopesticide licensing and registration by the FPA. This one is by the FPA. So the registration and licensing of chemical pesticides as well as the biorational pesticides by the FPA are almost similar. Okay, from R&D to testing to experimental use permit, importation, but the delay is actually for both, I guess, the chemicals as well as biorationals are with the product registration. So that's where the delay is. And there is a little bit of difference in the process of registering biorationals by the FPA, because the FPA's testing approach for biorationals includes some exposure criteria, maximum hazard testing, and tier testing schemes. Yeah. Sorry, you cannot read that one. So for this one, for this slide, this is the regulatory pathways in the licensing and registration of the OBCAs by the BAPs. Similar, a lot of similarities, however, in the OBCAs, there is the organic certification. Oh, sorry. Anyway, so at the bottom of the left-hand side is where the organic certification is. This is again also where the delay comes in when the or in the OBCAs are being registered. And of course, product certification is similar to the FPA and all the rest. What I would like to emphasize, though, is that we need to have monitoring and enforcement in terms of the certified or the already registered OBCAs to really understand the impacts as well. Okay. So now let me go through the issues and challenges with respect to the supply chain perspectives of biopesticides. These are all the data that we have. We don't have issues and challenges in terms of the OBCAs. So for formulation and production, again, the issue is high initial investment, limited access to researchers and biological resources, insufficient manufacturing capacity, and we need some specialized equipment. There's an absence of a unified database and restrictions on inter-island shipping of raw materials, including the limited training on organic pesticide production. In terms of the registration and licensing, here are some of the issues. The current regulatory framework subjects biopesticides to a very lengthy, stringent, and costly certification or registration process. Okay? So closely mirroring that of conventional pesticides as well. These hinder market growth, and biopesticides are also regulated by the same systems designed originally for conventional pesticides, hence less defined guidelines. There is limited local laboratory capacity for required tests and analysis. There is insufficient manpower and expertise of authorities. There is no harmonization for the pesticides or biopesticides registration in Asia. There's lack of up-to-date monitoring and database. and the need for clearer delineation and stronger coordination among the regulatory agencies involved in biopesticide regulation. In the Philippine case, that would be for the two agencies that I was talking about. So application and adoption challenges. So government support for biopesticides largely ends at product development. I guess those of us professionals who are here would know about that. Limited farmer awareness of biopesticide benefits and application techniques, and the business becomes profitable only if the factory produces enough volume. There's slower and more variable effectiveness, inadequate distribution networks, and of course, in terms of adoption, the issue would always be the rising cost. So here, the cost of the pure cultures, as many organic farmers consider the current price prohibitively expensive. And again, the absence of well-defined linkages between the local government units and farmers for technology extension of these biopesticides. So, here are the issues and challenges. So, yung isa kanina iba yun. But how can partnership among government, academia, and industry strengthen the R&D and innovation in biopesticides and OBCAs? Okay, so that's one of the challenges. What are the main barriers to registering and licensing biopesticides and OBCAs? What are the main barriers to the market entry and farmer adoption of biopesticides and OBCAs? What technical, institutional, and human resource capacities are lacking across biopesticides and OBCAs value chain, and how can capacity building address these gaps? How do existing policies and institutions governing biorationals and OBCAs interact or overlap, and to what extent does this fragmentation hinder effective regulation and promotion? So I guess in the afternoon session, we can do more discussions along this. So based on what we have in terms of the data we have gathered, here are some of the recommendations and ways forward. So first, to strengthen R&D and technical support systems, harmonize and simplify regulatory procedures, promote farmer and industry support, enhance interagency coordination, and improve monitoring, evaluation, and feedback mechanisms to enforce and strengthen the policy implementation. And for ways forward, we need to foster collaborative action among government agencies, industry stakeholders, researchers, and farmers to accelerate biopesticide adoption, harmonize the policies and regulatory frameworks of the FPA and BAFs to streamline oversight of biopesticides and OBCAs. It might not be really hard to do this because both the FPA and the BAFs are under the Department of Agriculture. They just need to really have a platform. Establish a centralized agency or dedicated unit to regulate both biorational pesticides and OBCAs, again for greater efficiency and clarity. And lastly, to enhance dissemination of licensing and registration requirements, and where feasible, develop separate guidelines tailored specifically for biopesticides. And so thank you for your attention, and sorry for the asymmetry in what I'm saying here and there and there. Thank you very much.
Is this on? Okay, good morning. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. One of the most important lessons I've learned in policy reform and innovation is that we should never let a crisis go to waste. And make no mistake, this is a crisis period. And how do we use it to advance our shared cause here this morning? We can. Now, my topic is about financing, and I will try to focus what this crisis allows us the opportunity to advance financing for biopesticides. And indeed, there are opportunities already available in the Philippines. We just need to take advantage of them. Okay. Now, what is the coverage of this topic? First, I will talk about what is said in the overall farm project description, the mother project, not only in the Philippines. Second, what the Philippine government has been talking about in terms of what they call the Green Force. And the Financial Sector Forum and the Bangko Sentral of ng Pilipinas Sustainable Finance Roadmap. A sustainable finance roadmap that, in fact, 70% of all banks in the Philippines have already signed up for. They've signed up, but have they actually put the money on the table? They sign up, but they haven't put the money. So the next question is, how do we persuade them to put the money on the table? Because the BSP has already established guiding principles, and these principles need to be implemented. Third, there are quotas on bank lending that are now established by law. First is the Philippine Innovation Act, and we can all argue that all the biopesticide innovations that have been found so far can be made a case as objects of innovative financing under the 4% quota that is required for all banks to lend for innovative projects. And next, there's the AFRD Financing Enhancement Act, under which all banks have to allocate 25% of their loanable funds to agriculture. And not only agriculture in a narrow sense as before, but agriculture in a broad sense, meaning not only production, but also marketing, but also plant protection, but also nutrients, and even the supply of agricultural inputs. Then there are the guarantee funds available, and finally there are the government lending programs under ACPC. I understand there's a representative of the Agricultural Credit Policy Council here. Anybody? Meron ba? Ayun. Okay. You will answer all the detailed questions later in the forum this afternoon. Okay, so I looked at the project brief, and these are the items under component outcome 2, establishing sustainable financing for the transition to low and no chemical agriculture. And let me comment on each of these items so far, output 1 through 5. The comments are, number 1, it needs to talk about government subsidies. Well, yes, there are available government subsidies for this, and there are some cost recovery elements via regulatory fees. That's available now. Second, responsible banking and investment criteria. There are existing policies and incentives enacted by the Bangko Sentral, again directed at GAA-funded R&D programs. Then number 3, there are agricultural investment programs that must reach the very small, poor farmers. The idea here is, how do we ensure that infrastructure investments and other marketing investments by the Philippine government enable access by the poor. And that's a problem that must be met through the planning system and through the infrastructure investment system. That's an item that actually relates to one of our other crises that we are facing, which is flood control. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with what's going on with the flood control issue in the Philippines, it is a wholesale reassessment of how we use our infrastructure money. Because we do know that there's a lot of infrastructure money, but a lot of it is not going to the right places. Fourth, commercial banks should provide access to finance. Yes, there is an enabling set of principles that has already been announced by the Bangko Sentral. We need to work with the Bangko Sentral to make it a reality. Starting with, again, GAA-funded R&D and extension. And finally, resources mobilized for infrastructure and collection and disposal channels for agrochemicals and plastics wastes. After all this used, what do we do with the byproducts? The infrastructure investments should also pay attention to this. So, in Component 2 of the Farm Philippines Child Project Brief, it calls for an inventory of financial mechanisms and also asks to look at low-cost insurance products. Simply speaking, if we do an inventory of the financial mechanisms, we start with the items funded by government, the GAA-funded support, extension and training, ayuda, grants, etc. Note that the Department of Agriculture has just announced that they have already received money in the current year's budget for the hiring of up to 40,000 new extension workers. Obviously, they won't be able to do that this year. In the first place, what's being proposed is that the 40,000 new extension workers must be licensed. Now, it's not easy to get a license, and there are many who object to the license. And there may be those who are unprepared to be extension workers again at this time. So that will be a multi-year endeavor down the road, many of whom will need training that is suited to the innovation of biopesticides. That's another opportunity. Now, loans from government agencies, including those from the ACPC, include significant subsidies and may be unscalable or unsustainable. And we'll learn that later on. Sure, you can get a loan from a government agency, but that's limited to a certain subset of the population. Not everybody can get it. And over time, in about 3 years or so, you need to graduate into a regular bank. And you have to pass the credit worthiness tests of a regular bank. Private banks will only lend on a sustainable basis to projects that are creditworthy or have GAA-funded subsidies included. How about insurance? Well, insurance is a big if. In the first place, we do not have actuarial data for insurance products that will be directed at biopesticides. When we say low cost, do we mean subsidized? Again, we're talking about government money. And since there's no actuarial data, can you expect private banks and private insurance companies to be able to support that insurance. Thus, we are left with the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, which operates on government subsidies anyway. But at least, if you're able to persuade PCIC to support your project, then that's a step ahead. Okay, what's the Green Force? The Green Force is the Interagency Technical Working Group on Sustainable Finance. That includes the 18 financial sector authorities across the country. That includes almost all agencies. Department of Finance, Bangko Sentral, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and so forth and so on. It is at this body where they agree on the principal overall financial sector policies. And then there's a more operational financial sector forum, which is the Bangko Sentral, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Finance, the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Insurance Commission. These are the key operational level agencies charged with financial sector policies. Now, these FSF are implementing the following elements. Number one, they are implementing the Philippine Sustainable Finance Roadmap and Guiding Principles. And that is encapsulated in BSP Circular Letter 22, just a couple of years ago, number 11. This is freely downloadable from the central bank website. And it bears worth studying, because if you want to borrow from the banks for a biopesticide project, it will be good to know what this circular says. Because this circular covers the following elements. It covers climate change mitigation and adaptation. It includes movement toward a low-carbon economy, resilient food systems, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, environmental management, and prohibited activities. We're focused, of course, on resilient food systems and sustainable and resilient infrastructure for inclusive growth. Also, the prohibited activities, including what we all know to be the old way dirty dozen under the Stockholm Protocol, and the new dirty dozen that still exists today. Now the quotas. First quota, 4% on all loanable funds of banks directed to innovations. So the key thing here is, how do you make a case for your project being innovative? And then there's second, the AFRD Financing Enhancement Act of 25%. All the banks are required to do this. Let's make it easy for them and ensure that our projects are under the general rubric of agriculture. And to point out that these quotas are just an iteration of previous quotas that have already existed over time. And the trend has been to make the quotas broader and broader and more inclusive. So the Philippine Innovation Act says that any innovation that has new ideas and resulting in new and improved policies, products, prices, services. Now, from what I've heard so far from Dr. Rolla and our colleagues, the first two presentations, you're talking both about innovations, and they should meet the innovations criteria in the Philippine Innovations Act. Innovations for food security and sustainable agriculture are on top of the list of innovations that are covered by the Act. It's governed by the National Innovation Council with a secretariat at NEDA or DepDev. There's an innovation fund that provides grants that strengthen entrepreneurship and enterprises engaged in developing innovative solutions. And finally, there's the Innovation Development Credit and Financing Program, again operated by the Secretariat based at DepDev. Let's approach them. They're just starting their work. They still haven't nailed down their rules and regulations. So it's a good time to help them ensure that our products, biopesticides, are included in that list of innovations covered by these funds. The AFRD Financing Enhancement Act covers a lot of things. Look at that list included here. That's almost anything you can do in agriculture, including distribution and marketing and agribusiness. The key is, how do we persuade the bank to lend to us under this quota so that it is covered as compliant by the Bangko Sentral? The AFRD Financing Enhancement Act includes loans to rural community beneficiaries. This is important because it used to be that the quota applied to agrarian reform beneficiaries. Now we know, all of us here Filipinos know that all of the agrarian reform beneficiaries, or most of them, that were originally provided in the 1980s are mostly dead now. And in the original law, their descendants could not be qualified as agrarian reform beneficiaries. The new law says that any rural community is covered as compliant. It no longer has a distinction between agricultural dwellers and agrarian reform beneficiaries. It's the same. It's agriculture. So if you are an agricultural worker or an agricultural entrepreneur or a farmer, you're covered. Then there's the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. When a bank lends to a project and the project doesn't have collateral, the guarantee is substitute for the collateral. And it operates by the bank lending you money and then turning around and asking for a guarantee from the Phil Guarantee Corporation. The Phil Guarantee works by banks providing loans, and the eligible borrowers and activities are as defined under AFMA. And this AFMA definition is the broad definition that I listed earlier, which is very broad, and that lenders apply for guarantees from Phil Guarantee, thus reducing the need for collateral for up to 85% of the loan value. Then finally, there's the programs of the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, an agency attached to the DA. A key mandate of the ACPC is to provide starter financing, innovation financing. The funds utilized by ACPC for its programs are part of the General Appropriations Act. The key programs are the Agri-Negosyo Program, the Young Agripreneurs Program, Survival and Recovery, Bayanihan, accessible loans for empowered, resilient, and transformed ARBOs program, and the Sikat Saka program. Now, as of this year, this is the latest announcement. Agri-Negosyo is up to 15 million pesos. Sure, Survival and Recovery up to 25,000 to 10 million, $500,000 for the youth. Production loans, easy access up to 50,000 pesos, and agrarian reform production credit up to 2 million or more. So these are available now, as announced by the President just 2 weeks ago. The ACPC loan programs operate by ACPC working with partner lending institutions mostly banks, like the Land Bank of the Philippines. The partner lenders provide the loans, largely non-collateralized. The money comes from ACPC, and the bank charges a service fee. That's all. The ACPC works with partner lenders to eventually graduate the lending relationship to regular banks. The key requirements are listed here. I hope that our organizers will be sharing all of this material with you later on so that you don't have to worry about making notes. And this is the budget. These are the performance items for ACPC. Don't get too excited because there's a limit to what ACPC can do. It's within the General Appropriations Act allocation for ACPC. That's roughly 2 billion pesos. Now, that's the limit. But if you get ahead of the pile, of the pila, then you can get the loan. So there are opportunities to start out. There are opportunities to get financing. Sustainably, however, over the long haul, we can get started with GAA-supported programs, but over time, we need to be able to qualify for regular bank financing. And to qualify for regular bank financing, the project has to be creditworthy. And this is the key for today's crisis. Today's crisis makes petrochemicals very expensive. Anything coming out of the Middle East is now very expensive. And you need to be able to find substitutes. And not only that, trade is now very iffy. So, import-dependent, trade-dependent enterprises are in crisis. And we need to take advantage of that opportunity. We need to be able to build products that do not depend as much on imported petrochemicals and on trade relationships. We need to be resilient based on locally sourced, locally innovated products, and many of those fall into the innovations that we call biopesticides. Let me end there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about something that is a passion for me. I was introduced as a plant pathologist by training. What am I doing in comms? It's something everybody does without any scientific preparation. So I hope that as we finish this presentation, you will see why it is also very important for what we intend to do in farm. Our presentation will focus on 3 clusters of information. The first being, what are those gaps in the knowledge and capacity of about biopesticides, how we intend to bridge these gaps, and currently what our host institution, DOST-PCAARRD, is doing or has done with regards to biopesticides and biofertilizers. So there are a lot of issues that come with the use or the manufacture of biopesticides. We have identified several. In fact, there are many. A cursory glance at Google will give you so many different issues, but hopefully we've covered the major ones. So we will be looking at each one as we go along. The first group are knowledge and capacity gaps. And most often, these gaps are pointed at our farmers. For instance, limited information is available. No? There are very few, if any, materials that we can claim to be farmer-friendly when it comes to biopesticides. There are efforts, of course, by academe and national government agencies to try and popularize information on biopesticides, especially the information that arises from the research side. However, what usually happens is copy-paste. And there you have an IEC that usually does not perform its duty. But what is reported? 10,000 copies distributed. As to whether they have been read, that's another story. There is a lack of current awareness on what biopesticides are. On one side of the story, people hear bio and think right away, not effective. On the other side of the story, people hear pesticide and say, well, that's a problem with the environment. So again, communication seems to be lacking in this sphere. There are insufficient services, especially as far as training and capacity is concerned, especially again about extension services provision. My seatmate, Dr. Edalia, and I were talking that extension or the work of extension seems to be the least remunerative of the things that we would need to do. No? People can still say, well, there's money in research, there's money in being a teacher, but if you talk about extension and the effort that is needed to provide these services, that's another question. No? Even private companies require the applicants for technicians to bring their own motorcycles to the table. No? There is no more provision for that. So it's kind of a very difficult situation. We'd like our learners to be involved. Those of you who have come from academe learn this basic lesson that the learner has to be involved at all times in his own learning. And yet this doesn't happen, especially when we try to develop the extension programs or the teaching learning situations in which our farmers or even the technicians who provide the information should be learning as well. No? It's a top-down. We create the curriculum, we ask somebody to deliver the curriculum, and we wonder why the learning isn't happening. As usual, there is the identified resistance to change. We're always glued to what we know, what we are familiar with, what is tradition, and we hardly ever move away from that. This involves not only from the side of the farmers, but as well from the side of the information providers. Because much of the thinking about the information is there is somebody who provides the information and that information flows downward. Our communication research shows that information is co-developed at that level, and therefore communication can go sideways as well as bottom up. And these are hardly ever considered when we think about methodologies or mechanisms by which we can improve the learning. Skepticism is very high, of course, because farmers who are very used to the conventional chemical production always look at the knockdown, the dramatic effect that is produced on that side of the story as to the milder effect. And they always say, oh, it's not effective because they don't see the pest dropping off the plant. So it's almost, that's not effective because they don't see drop dead now effects. Okay. Okay. Then we have the reason why part of the component in Farm Philippines is the financing. There is a higher investment cost when we would try or when we try to transition out of traditional conventional pesticide use. And of course, the farmers would have to bear the brunt of those costs. And that is why we're thinking of, that is why component 2 exists, and Dr. Bruce explained it in full a while ago. As well, the market, farmers feel that the market demand and pricing for organic or even GAP certified products is very uncertain. At times, I remember when I was still teaching and my students were trying to sell their pechay at a slightly higher cost because they produced it organically. And their buyers, who were the teachers, faculty members themselves, who saying, why am I buying pechay for 20 pesos when I can buy it for 10 pesos? So compound the problem into other crops, more high-value crops, and the same situation exists. Our buying public is not yet that into, because the cost, especially during this crisis, is going to be a bigger consideration, especially for low-income families. Those who are trying to take the certification route, be certified as organic, as an organic farm, also know that there is a huge cost entailed in doing this. Even those who intend to explore certification under good agricultural practices instead. Our own farm, which produces coffee, after much discussion between my spouse and I, we thought that we would go the GAP way, because going the organic would require us to produce a lot of certifications, a lot of laboratory analysis that we were not able to afford. Okay. So, under the technology and knowledge and capacity gaps, we also note the lack of support. We know that extension is very important, providing the training is very important, but the support for those exact initiatives is not enough. We have, like the future, the farmers field schools that DA has been successfully conducting all over the country at one time, but now greatly reduced in volume of trainings. The training that, of course, ATI is also doing, as well as the extension services provided by our SUCs and the LGUs, does not receive the response or the support that it would need. We're pointing out the financial support, most especially, because most of the extension work that has to be done over a long term. Then we take a look at technical and production capacity, just as a connection to the knowledge and capacity gaps. Many of the private sector that we have invited today are part of the manufacturing sector. And while some farmers would like to explore the potential of using biopesticides, there's just not enough product to go around. And which is why we have, under farm, we're taking a look at supporting some of the SMSEs and the products that are, that might need that further push in order to be fully commercialized so that they can be available for our farmers. Unlike conventional pesticides, our biopesticides have a short shelf life, and therefore it becomes a problem not only for the farmer to store, but as well for the suppliers. And of course, that has some attendant transport issues as well. There are a lack of repositories. Granting we have the repositories under the biotech and perhaps NCPC and UPLB, but there is still a lot of gray areas as far as the governance and ownership, perceived ownership of these natural resources, shall we say. How do we share them? How do we use them in research so that maybe more products can be developed along the way? And another type of gap is the behavioral and cultural gaps. There's two things that become a problem for introducing innovation, is that we always have to deal with habit and risk. No? The first one, how do we enable, or how do we help, as Dr. Bruce used the word a while ago, how do we help them understand, how do we help them transition away from these destructive practices? And the second is, how do we help them deal with risk? No? And nobody wants risk. No? As everybody, ayaw malugi ang mga tao. So whenever that aspect of possible risk happens, it becomes another problem. And therefore, we are duty-bound to be able to help them. Easier said than done. No? So how do we think about, what do we think about strategies? We have 4 that we identified here: strengthening institutional and regulatory frameworks, and this would involve harmonizing regulations, data sharing and evaluation, as well as support for the relevant SMSEs. Some of these are parts of Component 1 of FARM, which is the policy and the regulation framework. We need to look at bridging organizational gaps, especially on extension and training, public-private partnerships, and we are very, very happy that many of our attendees today are representing the private companies. Improve distribution channels with companies that we are we have identified early to work with us. Part of Component 2 of Farm Philippines, which is the commercialization of the technologies of biopesticides, field testing of the biopesticides, as well as helping develop the financial mechanisms in order to facilitate the transition, facilitate the movement towards the use of biopesticides. Enhancing technical capacity, Component 3 of FARM. Local production and formulation should be improved. Focus on efficacy data. Much has been said, especially in the presentation of Dr. Adalia and Dr. Rolla, about the difficulties in registering a biopesticide. Some of the requirements might be a bit too stringent, shall we say, for the product, and therefore manufacturers and even researchers are hoping that maybe we can do the field trials, because that is the proof of the pudding, isn't it, at the end of the day. Then adapting advanced technologies. We're still up in the air about nanotechnologies. If we use nanotechnologies with biopesticides, are they still biopesticides, or do they fall into another realm entirely? That discussion is still up in the air. Then, of course, we have AI, and especially learning with AI, which is something that we'd like to have with our digital hub. And that is capacity building, and our learning forms part of component 3 of the FORM project. Then we have enhancing knowledge and behavioral change. It's across, okay? Through educational campaigns and addressing very important trust issues. And how do we do that? By being together over here and showing that, yes, indeed, cooperation and collaboration, especially in this very important aspect in agriculture, is important, and more importantly as well, it is relevant for our times, and it is absolutely necessary. So when we speak of putting biopesticides as innovative products out there, we cannot do that without researchers. And our UNESCO standard says there should be about 380 scientists per million of population. Do you want to guess how many do we have right now in the Philippines? Can anyone shout a number? 380 is the UNESCO indicator. How many do we have in the Philippines? Number? Nobody wants to risk? It's 189. So the standard is 380. We are at 189. Why do I point that out? Because we have currently several activities in the DOST where they are doing an inventory of our current stock of engineers and scientists. So under these ones, we have 2003. We have 2003 scientists in these various disciplines, not to mention the engineers, etc. But even then, just taking a look at the numbers, 380, ours is 189. Let's round it off, 190. That means we need to double that number. So that's thinking. And toward this end, okay, PCAARRD has been doing a lot of work from 2017 to 2025 as far as introducing programs and projects on biocontrol, biopesticides, and even biofertilizers. If we take a look at the themes, for instance, most of the work has been on biopesticides. So we have spent about 52 million within that time frame. For bioremediation, there's one. And for both biofertilizers and biopesticides is one. Perhaps significantly, we should take a look at the value of those single projects, 20 million. During my time, if you got 5 million from PCAARRD, that was cause for celebration. Several years back, I will not say how many severals. But we have support. It's growing, and we hope it will continue to grow. Now, if we were to divide those the same amounts, almost 1 billion in that duration, to the crops that were given emphasis. So we have many on citrus, some other fruits, vegetables, sugarcane, multi-crops. If you will take a look at, we even have work that has been done on root crops, and of course, one of our dollar earners, abaca. So these are the same projects that we had in the previous slide, only broken down into the different crops. So farm has these three components: policy, finance, capacity building. And we hope that through all these things, we are going to address some of the issues that our speakers earlier have mentioned, as well aligning with what PCAARRD has begun already the several past years, so that at the end, we might reach the goal of sustainable fields and financial yields by reducing agrochemicals that are highly hazardous and the persistent organic pollutants. Thank you for your attention.
May we now, Lilian, thank you very much for that. Nag-over ka ng time. But let's pause for a while. Park muna natin Philippines because we're gonna hear the Indian experience. And the presentation would be, it's a joint presentation from Dr. Raj and Dr. Chaturvedi. So you have 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable all distinguished guests from Government of Philippines, from the ministry side, public and private stakeholders. Thank you for giving the opportunity for sharing the insight on the policies and interventions adopted by the Government of India and progress made under the Indian farm projects till date. Next. So this outline of this presentation is, we are going to introductions, biopesticide regulations currently in India, biopesticide guidelines and data requirements, policies and scheme promoting biopesticide in India, capacity building and success stories. Next. So just it is a small glimpse from the India side. Total acreage we have around 328 million hectare. Out of arable land is around 150 million. In that I want to elaborate. Right now we are around 10% of the arable land under the organic cultivation, or we can say we are using the biopesticides. Out of, if we say 150 arable land, around 1.5 million hectare we are targeting under this project. Right now we are covering around 36 states of our country, around 800 districts, and we are targeting around 1.5 billion population to be covered in this project. So 80% of the small farmer, marginal farmers, 82.8% contributing to the GDP. So HIL, Hindustan Insecticide Limited, is the Government of India enterprises under Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. Basically, we have been established in 1954 for producing the DDT for controlling malaria. But after later stage, we have diversified ourselves and entered into agrochemical productions, seed productions and fertilizer productions. Right now, we are in agrochemical, insecticide, herbicide, fungicide, seed and biofertilizers. Being a government agency, we have a very strong brand image amongst the community, means farmers. And every farmer knows about our brand, starting with the hills. Right now, we are executing 2 projects of UNIDO. development and promotion of non-POP alternative to DDT. Under this project, we have already developed one product, Hillnet. It is a LLIN, long-lasting insecticidal net, which is incorporated by the pesticide. And second is the BTI. It is a biolarvicides. And recently we are going to launch this product in the country. And neem-based product. And second project this farm project we are executing. Rest of the presentation I will request Dr. Raz to continue this. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I start my presentation, I would like to extend gratitude to Dr. Brown and his team for giving us this opportunity and coming over here from India, 5,000 kilometers away from the country, and sharing our insight on the project. So since last 3 hours, we have been listening to various terms by the eminent speakers. I just jotted it down and I would like to repeat for the sake, because the goal is common, the objective and the aim is common, what we are discussing under this roof. So we talked about safer alternatives, science to field, science-driven initiatives, sustainable and responsible agriculture, safe crop protection, society approach, safe environment shifting to resilient agriculture, supporting modern agriculture, strengthening partnership amongst government, academia, private institution, strengthening capacity building, sustained innovation and finance, sustained partnership, science-driven policy, and lastly, sustainable agriculture ecosystem along with sustainable financial roadmap. So very common terms what we discuss over there in India and over here under the farm project, and the objective and the aim is common, that is to detoxify our agriculture ecosystem from the harmful impact of HHPs and POPs and to safeguard human health and the environment. So under the India farm project, the components are common: government regulatory capacity, finance and investment capacity, and knowledge dissemination. But the GEBs under the India farm project is to phase out the persistent organic pollutants, and the identified ones are DDT and dicophol. Then reducing production of HHPs. We have identified 6 HHPs under this segment: acephate, chlorpyrifos, malathion, mancozeb, and pendimethalin. To set up biopesticide manufacturing facility for 3 identified biopesticide, that is BTK, neem, and trichoderma. To convert 1.45 million hectare of agricultural land from the use of HHPs to safer alternatives. And lastly, to safeguard 1.45 million population, and including 0.32 million women population, and particularly the farmers, from the exposure of these harmful chemical pesticides. We have very strong government support for this farm project in the country. We have Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change on board. They are the monitoring agency in the country for all the JEF or UNIDO-led projects. We have our principals, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, who is supporting us in execution of this project in the country. And we have a Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, who is the regulatory authority and the monitoring agency. We have entered into a MOU partnership with the leading national and the provincial state-owned entities, including the agriculture universities, and also leading institutions like Tea and Coffee Board of India, wherein it's a conglomerate of various institutions which come under these boards. The region of intervention, we have identified 10 provinces, 10 states in the country which are using pesticides in a large scale. And under the project, we have identified 8 crops, including chili, tea, wheat, paddy, coffee, cotton, and a vegetable, horticulture crop. This is our roadmap for the phasing out of POPs and the reduction of HHPs. By the year 2028, we'll be eliminating the use of acephate and imidacloprid and also the pendimethalin, and reducing the dependency on CPP, chlorpyrifos, malathion, and mancozeb. Parallelly, we are commercializing these three technologies, BTK, hopefully by end of this year or early next year in the first quarter, we'll be setting up our plants for manufacturing these biopesticide BTK, neem and trichoderma. Talking about the biopesticide segment, in the Indian perspective, we have, as mentioned by Dr. Chaturvedi, agriculture and allied sector contributes to 18% of the GDP. And yes, we have increased food grain production manifold, but right now the focus is to produce more food per unit of limited resources of land for our increasing population. As mentioned, we have a very strong population of 1.45 billion, and which is going to cross 1.7 by the year 2060. So we have limited land resource, but parallelly, the responsibility is to create a sustainable ecosystem to maintain the soil health and biodiversity conservation and reduce chemical inputs. And one of the key component is definitely the use of safer alternatives like biopesticides for the control of various pests and diseases. So this gives an oversight or the overview of our the biopesticide market in the country. We have a market size of around $250 million, which is roughly around 10% of the overall Indian pesticide industry in the country. The pesticide industry stands at $2.5 billion, and the biopesticide segment is $250 million, and which is growing at very good pace of 9 to 10%. And what we foresee is, under the current crisis, the Middle East crisis, this CAGR is going to increase because of the escalating prices of emulsifier and surfactants, and most importantly, the limited access and the availability of raw materials. The important crops which consumes this biopesticide is rice, wheat and maize, which contributes to around 88% of the Indian biopesticide market size, and which is projected to grow at 9.2% in coming years. We have got a very well-established regulatory mechanism in the country. The Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee is the nodal and the regulatory authority in the country, which comes under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and they work as per the directives and the regulations defined under the Insecticide Act 1968 and the Insecticide Rule 1970. So these two acts, the act and the rule, basically defines the procedure for registration of insecticides, including the biopesticide and the licensing mechanism. And it also defines the manufacture, sale, transport, distribution, and various other mechanisms which is involved in pesticide and biopesticide industry. So the important stakeholders are CIB and RC, that is Central Insecticide Board, Ministry of Health, which defines the MRLs of different pesticides, and also the various stakeholders, private and public enterprises. This is the procedure of registration in the country right now. So the applicant or any of the manufacturing entity, like they reach out to the Central Insecticide Board with the data, which is generated by the Institute of the ICR, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research Institution, and which involves the chemistry, bioefficacy, toxicity, and packaging. Once they submit their application, then it goes to scrutiny by the registration committee, and it is referred to the Ministry of Health for, if it's a new product, then it is referred to the Ministry of Health for assigning the MRLs, or otherwise it goes to the CIL, Central Insecticide Laboratory, for testing and the sample analysis. Once the things are aligned as per the requirements, the registration is given under two categories. That is, first one is 93B and the other one is 93. These two sections are defined under the Insecticide Act. So the government give preference and supports the new insecticides and the biopesticide which comes for the use under by the farming community. So under the 93B, the section 93B, the product is provisionally registered till the time the entire set of data is not available or generated by the ICAR institution. So based on certain basic documentation and data, the government gives a clearance for commercialization of the products. Once the entire data on chemistry, packaging and bioefficacy is generated, then the product is further analyzed, and then a permanent registration, that is under section 9(3) is given to the for the product. These three products, as I mentioned, are coming up under the farm project. First one is BTK, trichoderma and neem-based formulation, and although the technologies are not new, but the product what we are commercializing under the farm project is very different and very unique strain. For trichoderma, the strain is IIHRTV5 with the 1.5% WP formulation, and for BTK, the Bacillus thuringiensis courtsaki, 10% WSL is the formulation, and we are coming up with strain called NBAIR BTG4. These both the technologies are developed by the ICAR institution, and we are commercializing these technologies with the support of these institutions. And the beauty with BTK is the recommendation is right now for lepidopteran pest, ranging from crops like cotton, maize, cabbage, cauliflower, all sort of horticulture crops. And for trichoderma, this is again a very unique mode of action and very vast usage. It acts as biofungicide, also used as seed treatment, soil treatment, also promotes the growth of the plant. Then comes the neem-based formulation. We are commercializing three formulations, 300, 10,000 and 15,000 ppm. And azadirachtin neem, we call it a wonder plant because you see it gives various benefit to the humankind. The products right from the bark, root, shoot, the stem, leaves, kernels or flowers, everything is being used under different industries like in medicine, pharma industry, or cosmetic industry and the pesticide industry. So we are coming up with three unique formulations, 300, 10,000 and 15,000. We are not restricting ourselves to these three, but we are also planning to commercialize 50,000 ppm formulation. So these are the three biopesticides under the India Farm Project. And although this as mentioned, like our actually the title is Hill India Limited, stands for Hindustan Insecticide Limited. So, but with commercializing these three technologies and the range of biopesticide we are coming up in upcoming years, hopefully the name would be changed by Hindustan Biologicals Limited in coming years. So that's the we envisage under this project. So biopesticide, yes, it's a priority sector for the country right now. A very good government support mechanism is there. Commitment at the highest level, right from the Prime Minister of the country stating or talking about use of biopesticide, natural farming, organic farming, and the government's mechanisms which is simplified for registration of the biopesticide in the country, and giving it, the registrations are given priority for early registrations are given to the manufacturer. So all these, there are many supportive initiatives by the government of India which benefits this sector. Government schemes are there, like IPM policies there, which talks about the biologicals, use of biologicals. We have got a very unique initiative called Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, which says promoting the traditional farming practices, wherein the organic and natural farming practices are promoted in the country. The farmers are given a financial support up to $500 and for a span of 3 years. And that actually supports on-farm and off-farm organic input procurement, marketing, packaging and branding process by the farmers, certification and residue analysis, training and capacity building. So this $500 is being divided under these 4 segments. So farmers are basically promoted to go on use the traditional practices what they were doing 50 years back or 100 years back, likewise. So, and moreover, we are coming up with Pesticide Management Bill, which is going to replace Insecticide Act and this is under legislative review. This act right now, hopefully in the year 2026 will be, it will be in place. and that basically aims to minimize the risk because of the chemical pesticide usage, and also to support the natural farming and organic farming practices in the country. Besides PKVY, we have a National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, integrated pest management policies, mission on integrated development of horticulture. So MIDH is to support the horticulture crops and to subsidize the use of biopesticide for the farmers. And the last one is National Mission and State Organic Policies. Sikkim, one of the states which is fully organic right now, and Andhra Pradesh and the states like Himachal and many other states are progressing towards becoming fully organic in coming years. Capacity building initiative, it's very common what Dr. Reynaldo has mentioned. So we have key components: training and awareness, skill development, technology transfer, extension support, and institutional strengthening. The initiative under the farm project was started on 25th of July, and as on date, till date, from July 2024, we have carried out a training program. These are trainer of training programs, 93 in numbers till date, and which have benefited nearly around 2 million farmers. These are some of the glimpses from our TOT workshop. We understand that these TOTs, particularly the women farmers, what we are targeting, the message is escalated to 50 other farmers once they go back to their community and talk about these, the trainings, what they pursued or they got under these farm project initiatives. So this is all about, in short, what we are doing over there in India under the India Farm Project, and the kind of government support extended to support the natural and organic farming. Thank you so much. And maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request all the presenters to please stand? Please, Dr. Raj. All right, I think we have to give them a big round of applause. You may rest for a while because I may have to call you back for the Q&A. But rest for a while. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Your presentations were indeed very insightful. The next segment or section of the program is we're going to engage some people in sort of a talk show format to discuss the devil is in the detail aspect of biopesticides. May I call in the various discussants to come to the stage, please? Please. I need my wireless. And some Pasig Metro Manila and Davao City, and one from Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. So thank you very much for your interest, and please key in your comments or your questions under the comment section. Okay. Para kayong firing squad dyan. All right. Let me introduce to you our discussants. Let's start with the representative from FPA, Ms. Maribel Quirejero. She's the chief of the Pesticide Regulations Division of FPA. We have Ms. Mary Grace Mandigma of the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards. Raise your hands po to be acknowledged. We have Mr. Arsenio Barcelona of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Fisheries. Sir, raise your hand. Engineer Romel Navaluna of the DNR, Environmental Management Bureau, Chemical Management Section, and of course, Dr. Rajpal Ramdev of the UNIDO Technical Advisor. Okay. Let's address the elephant in the room. And this is for, pakikuha na po yung microphone, for FPA. One of the elephants in the room. According to Dr. Agnes Royal's presentation, and recognizing that FPA is the primary regulatory agency for pesticide formulation and use, Dr. Rolla mentioned that pesticide registration, including biopesticide, because it does not distinguish, I think, can take 1 to 3 years. Can this process be shortened or expedited? And how? Parang Miss Universe, ano po? Lakasan please. Inire-record kasi to for posterity purposes.
So, hello, good morning. So, I'm Maribel Quirejero, as mentioned, the Chief of the Pesticide Regulations Division of the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. So, with regards to Dr. Rolla's report or presentation this morning that she mentioned, it takes 1 to 3 years before a product can be registered, especially for biopesticide, then can we expedite? So FPA has this process wherein product registration can be expedited or especially for this biopesticide. I think that 1 to 3 years is no longer that applicable or in FPA, we have this conditional product registration as what has been reported with India. They have provisional product registration. With regards to FPA, we issue conditional product registration as long as, of course, there are some requirements we have to review. For example, your product, your biopesticide belongs to grass or generally regarded as safe pesticide. So some of the data requirements can be like waived or can be considered for the conditional registration of the product. And then, for example, the biopesticide is already a generic pesticide with regards to the list of pesticides with FPA. So there is previous registration considered as generic. There is a same formulation for that particular pesticide, and regarded as generic with the FPA, then we also have some less data requirements for the registration of that particular product. So FPA do have this process wherein the registrant can expedite product registration, but still FPA is strict in its mandate that we have the quality and safe pesticide product. So I think...
Ayun po, ang sagot po doon ay may bukas pa and it could be shorted. In fact, FPA and Farm Philippines are gonna work together on certain tasks to revisit as well as, how do we call that again? Streamline the regulatory framework. I'll go back to you regarding FPA's plans and programs later. Babalikan ko, ifo-focus ko lang muna yung question kay Miss Mary Grace. BAPS is the lead entity for regulating organic products. BAPS set the standards for organic biological control agents. What are the biggest challenges you face in developing these standards?
Thank you for that question, sir.
Oh, talagang pang Miss Universe
Pang Miss
talaga.
Universe po. Nag-practice po kami kanina. And before I answer your question, sir, I would like to introduce my colleagues. So if you have very specific question regarding registration of your organic biocontrol agents, together with me are my colleagues from the registration section of the Organic Agriculture Division. I have here the section head, Mr. Gerald Camagay. Baka pwede to, the pogi, handsome gentleman at the back. And I have another lady with me, Miss Janina Kusay. Can you stand up? Yeah, the pretty one. Okay. So these are my colleagues who are responsible for reviewing your application for registration for biocontrol agents that have organic claim. Okay? So let me be clear on that. Our regulatory function is concentrated mainly on products, soil amendments, organic inputs that have organic claims. So going back to your question, what are the biggest challenges? It's essentially the data packages. So I do not know with FPA if they have the same problem or they have the same challenge, or let's call it opportunity, no? Bawal na daw po kasi yung challenge. Every challenge should be looked at as an opportunity either for growth or for collaboration with other industry players. So anyway, going back to the question, standards, when we develop standards, these are based on scientific data. And these are based on references or what are the available knowledge. So currently, the Philippine national standards that we have, which is PNS 182, tama ba, Janina, of 2023, ang scope po ng standard na yun are only 2. Why? Kasi yun lang po yung available scientific literature that we have to back up the provisions of the standards. So we cannot put provisions in the standards that do not have any references or do not have any basis. So for organic biocontrol agents, currently the scope are only on 2, which are on botanicals and microbials. Tama no? Nag-thumbs up po sa Janina. Siya kasi ang boss ko dito eh. So anyway, so it does not necessarily mean that we cannot expand the scope to other types. It's just that it is, I think, this is very fortunate. This is a very good platform to tell to the other stakeholders that I hope you will take into consideration generating scientific data with the other, with macrobials and semiochemical, tama no? So that we can include that in the standard. Unless otherwise, wala po. Unless ma-generate yon or hindi siya ma-generate yung data, we cannot expand the scope. So the biggest challenges is really on data. And we do understand that coming up with a data package for this type of product is very difficult, and it can take 3 to 5 years. So I hope that will open up an opportunity for the scientific community to look into this and generate local data so that we can expand the scope of the standard. And then expand siguro later after that, the products that we can accept for registration.
Okay. Component 1 of Farm Philippines is policy and regulatory framework, but a subcomponent of that is data and database. Generating data is key. No data, no analysis. Di ho ba? Now, Mr. Barcelona, ito po, anecdotal evidence, but it seems to appear in the literature. And this is regarding farmers' resistance to shifting to biopesticides, especially given the common perception that these products are less effective act more slowly, and are more expensive. Now, how can the private sector and the government work together, especially your industry chamber, to work together to address this so-called farmers' resistance?
Good morning. Just a brief introduction to PCAAARRD, the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food. It is actually a private association made up of major stakeholders, no? The big bosses of Philippine agri and aqua industries. So these are sectoral representatives. So with regards to the question, I think first of all, there is really a need, a process of educating our farmers. Because based on my experience, we are already 28 years doing farmers training for high-value crops, no? Vegetables specifically. And all our trainings are hands-on, season-long. And I think it's very effective. So maybe the problem is not really the resistance, but it's the lack of understanding. And of course, like any customers that we have, you have to touch what we call in Tagalog the kiliti. You have to let the farmers realize what is the benefit so that they will adopt it or they will buy it. No? And it is our experience, no matter how expensive our seeds are, when we taught them at the first instance, when we introduced the Taiwanese watermelon seeds, they back out. Why? 10 pesos per seed. Their seed is free. They get it from the fruits of the melon. But then, we taught them the proper way of producing watermelon, 4 times higher in yield, and I think 10 times better in profit, which is the theme, no, of our meeting. So I think this should be the process of educating and opening the minds of our farmers.
Component 3 of Farm Philippines is all about knowledge management, which of course has something to do also with social behavioral change. So importante po yun sa component 3. Now, what can we learn from India? Especially in terms of regulatory reform or institutional mechanism that is most enabling in terms of commercializing biopesticides. Dr. Ramdev.
Thank you for a very precise questions you have asked, and we have given some insight by our colleagues from HIL. The thing is, why we are promoting biopesticides? The thing is, we have seen the good part of the chemical pesticide in the past, but this has outpaced by environmental effect and the health effect on the human beings. And you see that whatever we apply onto the crop, almost 95% never hit the target. It's 5% which reaches the target. Out of the 5% which reaches the target is less than a 1% which is required to kill a pest. Rest 99% is a waste, is contaminating the environment, affect the health of the workers. For example, you see a farmer who goes to apply pesticides, he does not know how to apply the pesticides. When he uses a knapsack sprayer in the field, he applies and moves forward, wherever he has applied a second before. So it contaminates the person who is applying. But this is not the case with the biopesticides. I am happy to say that UNIDO has been working in Philippines for the last more than 30 years through another project called Regional Network on Pesticide for Asia and the Pacific, where we have promoted, and Philippines was the first country where they have banned the dirty dozen under the Stockholm Convention. And I'm sure the relaxed guidelines which has been developed by India to promote biopesticide, because biopesticides are having a very short shelf life. Doesn't have any residual effects left onto the crops. So guidelines which for the registration and the data requirement guidelines have been relaxed. And the guidelines have been developed for the biopesticides, specifically, for example, neem-based pesticides. We encourage farmers to make their own pesticide at home through simple training, where it is not required even to go for a registration. But if you are going for a commercial level production through a company like HIL or a company in Philippines, definitely we need to have some kind of a data requirement. But these data requirements should not be as stringent as chemical-based pesticide. It should be a minimum requirement of the data which is sufficient to give a clearance at a short notice. Maybe within a year we can get the registrations, you know. So we should see. And at the same time, if we want the biopesticide to be perceived by the farmers, to be taken by the farmers, we should encourage extensive demos, extensive training of the farmers. You have heard Dr. Thapar that he has, HAL has done more than 90 training programs, TOT programs over the last 1.5 years, which is a remarkable achievement, reaching out to 2 million farmers over this period. Though our GEB was to cover 1.45 million, but they have overpassed this target in less than 1.5 year time. And I'm sure some of the learnings of the HAL could be taken by Philippines team to reach out to their farmers, to tell them how to use these biopesticides, and how to commercialize these at a shortest possible time.
Thank you very much for your response, Dr. Ramdev, because it's a very good segue to my query for EMB. Because EMB is the government agency or organization related to or managing, or it's the flagship agency that takes care of all initiatives related to pollution, prevention, control, and environmental management, including the management of agricultural chemicals like pesticides containing persistent organic pollutants. Can you share more details about what EMB is doing along this line?
Yes, for the environmental management, actually we don't directly control agricultural chemicals because this is with EPA, so we more on the industrial chemicals. However, there are various laws that we are implementing, like the environmental impact assessment, wherein a new project would go through assessment covering impacts on land, water, air, and the generation of waste. So initially, project would go to this process where those impacts will be identified and what mitigating measures are to be undertaken. Next is we also have the Clean Water Act, wherein certain chemicals like even pesticide, wastewater, or pesticide in wastewater goes through a certain permitting system for effluent. And for projects that are into manufacture of pesticides and related chemicals, there is also the hazardous waste management, wherein waste generation are to be treated properly. So there are permits related to this. So our coverage is mainly on residuals or waste generated from the operation or using of these hazardous chemicals. So again, from the Environmental Management Bureau, of course, we also into the Stockholm Convention, where we are phasing out industrial chemicals, and from the FPA, phasing out of PAPS pesticides. So that's it for the Environmental Management
So
Bureau.
EMB is actually the focal unit or agency for the Stockholm Convention.
Yes, yes.
Tama po ba ako?
Tama po.
Okay, thank you. Maraming and Miss Maribel, babalikan kita. Sabi nga nila, I'll get back at you. Hindi. Ganito po ang tanong. Farm Philippines came to know lately of the various initiatives of FPA. Can you tell us something more about your digitalization flagship as well as the ASEAN Biopesticide Regulatory Project?
So the initiatives of the FPA, we have a young and very energetic director whose real objective or goal is innovation and digitalization. So with the FPA, we are now streamlining our regulatory processes to be ready for the digitalization. So we have this project to first to have database of our data on pesticide registration. So we already reviewed our processes in product registration. We have that initiative together with ARTA, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, to streamline. So to have shorter processes for the product registration. So we are now streamlining our regulatory processes, and then after streamlining and identifying the repetitive processes, so we will go into the digitalization, and then with that digitalization, I think we need some support. We will be looking for the support, how we can digitalize our system, because I think it will need huge budget for that. So we are into digitization and then digitalization of our processes. And then another innovation or we are doing with the FPA, we have a strong collaboration with the ASEAN AMS or the ASEAN member states, wherein we had this ASEAN Biopesticide Regulatory Framework project. So with this ASEAN Biopesticide Regulatory Framework project, one of the objectives is to streamline and review the regulatory framework of the AMS with regards to biopesticide registration. So we had an initial meetings with this. And then included in this ASEAN Biopesticide Regulatory Framework project is the technical capacity building of our regulators on biopesticide, wherein it is the capacity building of the laboratories is included, the capacity building of evaluators, and then the technical regulators is also included. I think it's in work stream 2. And then we have work stream 3 for that, wherein the integrated pest management is included. It is where the project would like to introduce to our farmers what is IPM, what is the importance of biopesticide. I would like to share that one of the resource persons during the meeting, he is a farmer from the USA, and he shared the importance of biopesticides. So we have chemical pesticides. Farmers will still look chemical pesticides as parang best control or crop protection method. However, these US farmers shared that they use biopesticides during the near harvesting stage of their crop, so there will be no residue. So that's the good importance of the biopesticides in crop protection and farmers' crop production.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you, to all the discussants, but please stay because I have to call in Dr. Dang to open and moderate the open forum. So you would be part of those who would maybe answer together with our resource persons. And while Dr. Dang is, I'd like to acknowledge again some students who have already posted some very good questions on the FB comment section.
Magandang tanghali po. Wala na akong boses. So, I would like to open the floor for the open forum. So, maybe we can invite the
Yes, please.
the resource persons on stage. Kulang tayo na upuan. So, Dr. Adalia, please.
Cheers.
Dr. Rola, Dr. Tolentino, Dr. Lando, Mr. Shashank, and Dr. Raj. On stage, please. We are given about 20 minutes for this open forum. That means we have around 5 to 6 questions, depending on the length of the answers that will be given. So medyo marami po. But we have 9, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if 9, maybe we need to extend that 20 minutes so that all our resource persons will have the chance to answer questions from the audience. So, I would like now to invite the audience to ask their questions. So when you ask your questions, please state your name and the person to whom your questions will be addressed. Yes, sir. You have microphones?
Good morning po, Joseph Villegas, RAPSI Sectoral Committee ng Urban and Periculture. Anyone could answer my question. Ito po yung isang question na lagi kong tinatanong during the forum, na pag tayo po pumunta sa palengke, nakikita natin na yung mga ibinebentang produce doon sa palengke ay contaminated o may mga residues ng chemical. Paano po natin ito ipupulis? Kasi po, pagdating sa meat inspection, napakahigpit po natin. Pero pagdating po naman sa palengke, nakita natin na kulay blue na yung mga gulay, prutas, wala pong regulation na kung nakikita o wala akong nakikita na nahuhuli. Kaya sana someone from you, meron po talagang sumagot sa akin, sino ba ito? Tapos yung kay Sir Toto, ako po isa sa recipient o beneficiary ng training with Harvest Company. Twice po yung kinandak sa amin sa farm. At yun po yung sinasabi na ito po yung tamang paraan para i-educate natin mismo yung mga farmers. At the same time, yun po mga consumer. Kasi kapag hindi po well-educated yung mga consumer natin, they keep on buying ng mga produce na nasa palengke o saan man na alam natin na ito ay hindi makakatulong sa benefits ng health. Kaya nga po ang sinasabi namin is, bilang an advocate ng organic, sinasabi po namin is, ang nangyayari sa atin is, ang usapin is hindi lang food safety at food security. Dapat both food safety and food security lagi po magkasama. Hindi po pwede lang na nagpo-produce tayo ng maraming gulay o prutas, pero pagdating sa safety, baksak naman po tayo. Kaya yun po yung aking question o kung ano man po yung pwede nyo idagdag doon sa aking nasabi.
Okay,
Thank you po.
For the benefit of our foreign colleagues, translator bigla eh. I think the first question has got to do with when you're at the wet market or flea market, you tend to see vegetables and other crops that are purely laced with chemicals. Now, while the government is very strict with other inspections like meat and stuff like that, we seem not to be policing those. So what are we going to do with that, right?
Yes. Thank you, Albert, for the interpretation. So I think Dr. Adalia would like to answer the first question.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And I think I would like to take this opportunity naman to answer that on a scientific basis. Una, kaya po tayo nagre-register ay para meron tayo, English, sorry. The main purpose of registration is for us to be assured that the pesticide recommended or given approval by FPA for commercial use is one effective, that means it will kill the pest. Second, there is no significant amount of residue that is dangerous to humans. Kasi that is one of the basis for or criteria for registration. It is safe to natural enemies. And in other words, end users, meaning those who eat the crops that were protected, this is safe to humans to eat. You can eat your vegetables as long as the farmer used a recommended and FPA-approved pesticide, whether it's insecticide, fungicide, or whatever. And also, I'd like to comment dun sa sinabi mo, sir, na porke organic safe. Hindi po totoo yun. Hindi lahat ng organic ay safe. Kung mayroong gustong mag-contest na estudyante ko, halika, magdebate tayo. Thank you.
Okay, sige.
I would like to answer the first question on who regulates fresh fruits and vegetables and who tests for pesticides or residues. So under the Food Safety Act, the delineation of function is very clear. It is the Bureau of Plant Industry that that checks the safety of fresh fruits and vegetables. So I see colleagues from the Department of Agriculture nodding. So I think I'm providing you the right answer. And under the same Food Safety Act, there is also a responsibility under the local government units to check or to ensure the safety of food being sold in the locality. So included po yung abattoir, yung mga public markets. So those are what is provided for in the law. So I am not privy on whether there are very specific regulations already or ordinances to implement the law, but that is what is provided for in the Food Safety Act. On the second question, ma'am, if I can, while I'm holding the microphone. Happy Women's Month po pala sa lahat. Last day natin today, Happy Women's Month. And for organic agriculture, sabi ni ma'am, dapat nag-purple pala tayo, no? For organic agriculture po, under RA 168 and RA 11511, meron po tayong what we have in the Philippines, what we call organic certification. So hopefully when you buy your organic products in the market, you look for the certification mark of the organic certifying body that provided the attestation that the product you are buying is really organic. So there are two accredited third-party certifiers. So you can look for their mark, which is Control Union and the Organic Certification Center of the Philippines. All others are probably international certifiers, but those are the certifiers that we have. But under 11511, the law also acknowledged that the small farmer groups, or what we call in India the participatory guarantee system, they are also allowed to certify their farmer members who are practicing organic. So that is provided for in the law to empower smallholder organic farmers to certify their products as organic. So they are also operating as an organic certifying body, although yung pong profile nila are all farmers. So you just look for the mark, and that's assured that it's organic already.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Sir Toto would also like to share something.
I'd like to share what Taiwan is doing. They are very direct action. So they have a test kit which is made from the eyes of flies, very sensitive to chemical residue. I was in Shiloh wholesale market for leafy vegetables just last month. You know what they do? If you bring in your stock of leafy vegetables, you have to go through the test. Takes 15 minutes. What do they do if the chemical residue is above the safety level? No return, no exchange, shredder. That's it. No? So they're very strict, and it doesn't go back to the market. I think it's a very good example on what we can do here. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ramdev.
I add on to his voice, similar exercise is being carried out in Nepal also. And whenever the vegetables comes to the market, it is being tested on the spot. If it is above MRL, straight away rejected. So it's a good example, and I think all other member countries, maybe in India or in Philippines, this practice should be started or taken up by the authorities.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have another question from Biotech.
Morning, this is Fides Tambalo, the current director of the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at UP Los Baños. Indulge me with two short questions for the regulatory. One is, I went through the biocontrol PNS. I think it was amended last in 2020. And the way I see it, there are a lot of things that are new that could be added to it. What would trigger it to be revisited, and how long before you're going to have this revisited for a more updated PNS? The second is, perhaps this is for the ENR. You know, whenever we get plants and animals from other countries and bring it back here in the Philippines, it goes through a rigorous quarantine protocol, right? I'm just wondering why there is no such quarantine for those microorganisms, which are also living organisms that are being brought here in the Philippines, so they are not endemic. So how do we assess on its impact and on the environmental safety of these organisms?
So for the first question, ma'am.
Sige, I'll answer po. Ladies first daw, sabi ni sir. I'll answer the first question on the Philippine National Standard. We have, ma'am, the 2023 version for the OBCA. So it was just recently updated. In standards development process, we call a standard aged PNS if it's already 5 years old. So that will trigger us to review the standard. But it does not necessarily mean that we cannot revise it kung isang taon pa lang siya or 2 taon. And the question is, how do we start the ball rolling again? Normally, we have what we call every year a call for standards development or revision or amendment. And we will ensure, ma'am, I will relay this to my colleagues at the Standards Research Division to send a letter to you. So that if you do have the data, we will send you a letter. We will include you already in the loop of proponents. Actually, you can ask for the revision of the standard. It can be triggered by a government agency, an academe, an industry association. But what is important in that package that you will send us is the data. So it has to, we have to understand why we need to revise the standards, because development of a standard is not only a tedious process, but it's also expensive. So hopefully, when you do propose for the revision of the standard, you already have a data package on hand. Para mabilis. It's fast, it's efficient. It's probably needed by the industry. That's why you're asking us to revise the standard already. But we can do that even if 2 years old pa lang or 3 years old this year yung standard. We'll get your details later so that we can send a specific letter and a request form and other data that we need from you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, from DNR on the question on quarantine of microorganisms.
Actually, Environmental Management Bureau, there's not specific on this, but I will get back to you, ma'am, on this when I get the information, because our bureau are not specifically involved in this.
Do we have from BPI? Who can answer the question? None. On quarantine of microorganisms.
Good morning po. Elaine Tandang-Molan po from Bureau of Plant Industry. So for microorganism, for the quarantine, our concern is for if it will be a potential animal pest. So for the environmental protection, it is not our mandate. So what we are doing is we analyze the microorganism. It will become potential pest, and if so, we have to regulate its importation or its trade.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Halos.
Hello. Magandang tanghali sa lahat. Ako si Nina Halos. I'm connected with Haltech Corporation. We are trying to commercialize, trying to get FPA registration for our biopesticide. But my grandson he's the president, actually. I'm just the technical advisor. And we were informed of two things about the product. One is that someone from FPA said that it should now be regulated only by BAFs. But we're not, we're not claiming organic. Actually, this is a biopesticide because we grow it with, with non-organic substances. Second, the other one that is worrying me is the standardization of the number of counts, CFUs, for all microbial products. In our first product, a biofertilizer, we showed that it is effective even at 10 to the minus 4 CFU. But they're requiring us 10 to the 9, which is, it's more expensive. So I think we should rely on what has been tested, because in the test it shows that at CFU 10 to the 4 is still effective. So why should we require 10 to the 9? Hi, Maribel.
Thank you, ma'am. So with regards to your clarification on your application, that FPA advised that it should be registered with BAFs. But with regards to the policy, to register the product with the FPA, yes, it has to comply with the requirements. So we will review the claim that you said it's 10 to the 4th. So the BAFs, Ms. Mandigma said that there is a PNS, a standard with regards to the CFUs. So we will review your application, ma'am, and consider it to be accepted with I think there's no a policy that you cannot register. So we really, FPA, encourage the registration of biopesticides with the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority as long as those requirements will be satisfied. And also we are streamlining our processes, our requirements. So if it's grass, as I've mentioned, generally regarded as safe, so you will be required less data, less trials, so That's what FPA can say about this product registration with biopesticides. Actually, we encourage and promote the registration of biopesticides with the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have a question from our online audience. From Danila Santos Paragas, I think she's from CLSU. Good day, we have developed a nano biopesticide under the category of biorational pesticides for onion armyworm control. And our research is currently based at Central Luzon State University. May we ask what the process, requirements, and regulatory considerations are for obtaining an experimental use permit in the Philippines? Modalities.
So again, if your nanobiopesticide is to be registered with the FPA, so first and foremost, please remember our first step is for the researchers or the companies to apply for the experimental use permit. Now we call it experimental use clearance. So if you finish your trials without this approved EUC from FPA, FPA will not recognize or will not accept your data. So the first step to apply for an experimental use clearance with FPA, then that experimental use clearance, the researcher must, it is one of the requirements, the researcher must be accredited by FPA. And then, so it will go, your trial protocol will undergo the evaluation of our pesticide registration technical evaluator. So it will go through a series. Sabi nga, even you're a scientist already, it still needs to go to our standard, to comply with the standard requirements with regards to the treatments, locations. So we have standards for the EUC before your bioefficacy trial can be approved. So I think yun po siya.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have a question from table 7.
Good afternoon. My question is to our invited guests. We also have a trichoderma product here, and I am representing Adatec, but I am from UPLB. My question is, what is the concentration of your trichoderma products being used as biofertilizer and biopesticide?
I talked about, I mentioned the strain, specific strain, what we are coming up. It is IHR, BT4. So the concentration is 10 is to power 9.
10 to the 9.
9. And this is registered by the technology provider with the regulatory bodies CIB and RC. So whatever we are commercializing is already registered product, and the product has in the trial phase and in the field condition has performed well. So same technology we are commercializing under the farm project. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sure.
Last question. 1 or 2? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. From table 9, and then very quick, I think table 14, and then table, what table? 6, and then last one, table 20. So you have 1 minute each.
Thank you. Good noon, everyone. My name is Mike. I'm a lawyer by profession. I just noticed a quite point of clarification, so to speak. So I noticed during the statements that FPA is the one regulating importations, and then because of this statement, it's stated that we have organic or biopesticide products have to register with BAS. Does that would that also mean that since we registered with BAS, there would be difficulties, so far as importation is concerned? Exportation.
process, I noticed kanina po, there was a presentation, paano ba kami nag-work together. Our system, since we're new to the regulatory world, relatively, our system is basically based on the regulatory procedure of FDA. So they cannot have two different systems, one for organic and one for not, without an organic. So essentially the process is the same. Basta if you have an organic claim, you need to have an organic certificate, you go to the labs for your products to be registered, whether that's importation or exportation. So, but if you don't have any organic claim, you go to the fertilizer and pesticide authority. You might be wondering why. It is provided for in the law. So we have to have two different agencies handling essentially the same product, one without a claim and one with an organic claim. And there are two different agencies handling them because that's what's provided for in the law. So you just go to us if you have an organic claim, and then you go to FDA if you don't have any.
However, for exports, we're not limited.
Yes, we have the same system for both, for tama budget, for importation and exportation. It's essentially the same. So we cannot have two systems, one for import, or two different standards, one for import or one for exports. It's essentially the same. But you need to probably comply with the requirements of the importing country.
Okay.
Table 14.
Advisor po, Modalities. Good afternoon. I am Isabel Pakuayon, and I'm from UPLB and Party. I'm looking at the project, and I think this is a very good project. And I'm looking at the objectives and the expected outputs. And we are addressing the policy constraints, incentive mechanisms, and that looks like it's about improving the procedures of certification and maybe co-financing, and also the gaps and opportunities. I hope we don't forget the economic aspect of the business, of adapting eco-friendly solutions, crop protection solutions, and the business of producing biopesticides. Will that be covered by the project? Because I think if we talk about incentives, then we would like to know if farmers who adopt these technologies will make money, and those who are investing in the production and manufacture of biopesticides will make money as well. Because we want to, in the end, we'd like to see that there is a bigger market share for biopesticides.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think the question can be adequately answered by your other advisee,
Your other advisee,
who is the project leader of the Farm Philippines. Dr. Brown?
Ito, Ernie, ayun na.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, that's a very good question, very, very critical concern. One, we know that, at the current scheme of things, biopesticides cannot compete with pesticides. That's one. Looking at, like, for example, the viability of manufacturing or production of biopesticide, it's a bit more actually expensive, and also even the adoption of biopesticide. I think there is no, if the premium for, say, more safe products, if the premium is not there, the premium price, then, it is really very difficult for the farmers adopting biopesticide to fair price policy. In other words, we have to devise Innovation Incorporated. We're assisting them so that at least we can make their entry into this business little less costly. So, especially with regards to the regulatory costs. So we are assisting them. In fact, we supported the presentation of some of their staff. And also, we will assist them up to the registration. And the companies that we have here later on will have to sign agreement with them, and the purpose really is to, assist them, make this thing more viable for them. We have the hotline, for example, for Dr. Beva's so we are assisting them. So part of the project really is to help those players in the value chain to be able to compete, make this thing more viable. So we hope that this is going to be.
Thank you, Dr. Brock.
For those few companies that would like to get into this, but then as we get sila siguro, then baka magtuloy-tuloy yung ating industry. So yun po yun.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Dr. Pabuayan. Hello. Dr. Pabuayan, of course, Dean. The longer Trump's war continues, the business case for biopesticides will grow. That's definite. And the best estimates say that even if Trump's war ends tomorrow, the effects will be felt long into the future. And those impacts will raise petrochemical prices almost permanently. And there's also a major distrust now for trade. So this changes the economics for biopesticide products. And this is the time to take advantage of it.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. I would also like to share, to encourage you to register biopesticide products. Most of our large plantations are now shifting to the use of biopesticides because they want to go away with the residue. It is big loss for them. If their product, after reaching the country, then the residue will be detected. So most of our plantations are also shifting to biopesticides or greener products.
Sorry. We have from table 6, sorry po sa mga nagtaas na kamay. Table 6, and then I promised table 20, and then I added table 10. Sorry po.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishant Kaushik, and I am representing. Working? Okay, I have to be loud. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishant Kaushik, and I am representing Biostat Philippines. Biostat Philippines is an Indian multinational company, but I would rather say that it's a Philippines company because we have been working and we have been serving the farmer community in Philippines from the last more than 3 decades. And as the name suggests, Biostat, we are more on the biological products. So my question, first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for such an insightful presentation. So my question is, apart from the biological product, if we have some product which is already registered as a pesticide, but it is derived from the natural origin, that is from bacteria. So would FPA be amenable to accommodate the documents coming in from the origin country, if they certify that that product is derived from the organic source or the biological source, so would you be able to accept that document to convert that pesticide as a biopesticide, or you will still be considering as a chemically synthesized pesticide? This is my question.
Thank you for your question. The FPA Chapter 3 has this regulation on biorationals. So I think that product will qualify into these biorational pesticides. And if you have the foreign data from India or
From Japan, say for example.
from Japan, so if you can comply with some of the data requirements, and then as I've said, it's grass. So we may, it depends on your data to be submitted with FPA. So a conditional registration may be granted based on the data submission. We accept foreign data. However, at present regulation, we still require a local trial for that particular product.
Okay. So apart from getting the certification from different countries, whether it is certified as a biological product or biological pesticides or an organic product, so we still need to conduct the trial in Philippines to generate the data to certify that product as a biopesticide.
Because it's still written in our rules and regulation for product registration. One local data, at least one local data. So that's one of the projects in streamlining the registration for biopesticides. So we're still in the process. If we can go away with the generation of local data, we can accept or mutual recognition of data generated from other countries. But that's the... So we still require one local
Okay, because
for this.
ma'am, why I have asked that question, because when you talk about the fast tracking or making the ease of registration of these pesticides, and when it is already been established in different countries that yes, that this product is a biopesticide, especially in developed countries, not developing nations, when we talk about Europe or Japan or America. So that's why I have asked that question, whether that would be, FPA would be amenable to consider those documents or not.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you will need to have a heart-to-heart talk with Mama Rebel later so that we can accommodate the last two questions.
Thank you.
From table 20. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good noon. I'm Becky from Jollibee Group Foundation. I'm with Japo. So our question is related earlier about what was shared about the current crisis happening right now, right, in the Middle East, and the effect it has on our country in general. So there is an expected sharp increase in the price of fertilizer and pesticides, as mentioned earlier. So what can be our stopgap measures in softening the impact to our smallholder farmers in the context of biorationals and biopesticides? Thank you. Anyone can answer the question.
An open question for all.
There are no stopgap measures. And part of the reason why our country is this way is it's all about stopgap measures. We need to invest for the long haul. We need to adjust and we need to maintain it on a scientific basis. Kasi kung puro stopgap measures tayo, di puro ayuda labas. And the ayuda will not last long. The ayuda will only last till before the election. And right now, that's what's going to happen. So we need to invest in science. We need to invest in sensible regulation. We need to invest in enabling products to come to the market without having to make life very difficult for them. No stopgap measures. We need to invest for the long run.
Thank you, sir. So last question from table 10. VAII.
Thank you. My name is Connie, and I'm from representing Design Agricultural Innovation Incorporated. We have an existing product that is Bacillus subtilis with a CFU from 1 times 10 to the 9 per gram, and we are registered under biofertilizer. So I'm wondering, Ma'am Maribel, if there is now an approved product, dual registration in the Philippines, and it is possible.
So what present regulation, we do not allow dual what do you mean by dual? In one product, you will say that it's a biofertilizer and biopesticide. In one brand?
Product right now, Bacillus subtilis, and it's registered under biofertilizer. But we found out a lot of cases that it is good as a biopesticide. When I say good, we have data collected and case studies regarding the foul on corn and banana or sigatoka and fusarium that can prevent. Actually, it's not a cure, but prevention from the transplant. Before we transplant, we put Bacillus subtilis, and it prevents the growth of those pathogenic organisms. So,
I think we have that kind of registration. It is registered with the fertilizer, branded for fertilizer, and then you will be required, if you want to claim that as a biopesticide, you have to have another registration with the PRD, with the Pesticide Regulations Division, under the UC, the process until you get your product registration, and then you can claim it as a biopesticide, but you cannot put in one label both.
Thank you very much, everyone. But before we end, may I request a short comment from Dr. Rolla and Dr. Lando? Yep.
Hello.
Ayan, meron na.
Hello. Yes. I'm very excited with this project as I listen to all your questions and your comments. But I would like to also follow up on what Lita Pabuayan was mentioning earlier. The project is focused on policy, on institutional strengthening, on hopefully commercialization as well, because that's really what we need. But if possible, please also look at the client side, the farmer side, the behavior of farmers in terms of what they know about or what their attitudes are about biorationals or biopesticides for that matter. But how do we do that? Because we know here, Filipino farmers will believe if they see. There needs to be an evidence. So maybe some experimental design, some experimental study on, side by side, this is a chemical control, this is biological control, this is no control, and then see what the economics will be, so that we can really, convince farmers that, yeah, there are some benefits. Of course, we have to tell them of the other benefits. There are a lot of external benefits of biopesticides that farmers may not be aware of, but that is for us to educate them. So yun, good luck, farm. Nasaan siya?
And finally,
Thank you very much, Dr. Dang. So I'd just like to echo something that resonated with me from a comment made by Sir Barcelona a while ago. What are the messages that we need to convey about biopesticides and their use and their efficacy and their advantages? I think that is where we need to. That is one of the forefronts of the fight to mainstream biopesticide use, especially among our farmers, and especially in the general populace, to understand that indeed that is a very viable option for, and a very safe and sustainable option. Paano po natin ipapalutang itong mga mensaheng ito? Paano po natin sasabihin or ipapaliwanag sa paraan na maiintindihan? Because often it's always dollars and cents kind of messaging. Perhaps there is some other message that isn't getting across, and hopefully we can find those messages and share them through your help. Thank you.
So with that, I would like to thank our panel. I'm sure gutom na sila habang kayo'y kumakain. So if you have urgent questions or clarifications, you may approach them while they're eating. So thank you very much for your interest.
Habang po kayo ay kumakain at ang mga resource persons natin ay kakain na rin, ako po ay hindi pa. Kasi hindi pa po tapos ang aking trabaho. Okay. As I've mentioned a while ago, there was a change in the program because what's gonna come next is formalizing yung stakeholder engagement, yung collaboration and partnerships. This time, this section of the program would focus on formalizing our cooperation with the various private sector companies. And I will turn the facilitation to the Assistant Project Leader of Farm Philippines, Miss Mel. Mel?
Thank you, Dr. Aquino. Good afternoon po, everyone. Please allow us a few minutes to prepare the signing table and the documents. Thank you po. Thank you for your patience. Again, good afternoon, everyone. We are now ready to proceed. I am Melissa Abeleda from DOST-PCAARRD. It is my pleasure to facilitate this segment of our program, which highlights two important milestones: the signing of a Memorandum of Agreement between PARFI and Impact R&D for the bioefficacy trials, and the signing of the Statement of Cooperation with our industry partners. This marks a key step toward implementation, scaling, and industry engagement. The Farm Philippines project focuses on promoting eco-friendly crop protection solutions, building partnerships that enable adoption, scaling, and sustainability. Today's signing reflects a shared commitment to advance the development and validation of biopesticides, support regulatory and adoption pathways, and ultimately make these solutions accessible to farmers. These partnerships are essential in ensuring that biopesticides are not only available, but also validated, accessible, and scalable. We now proceed to the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement for the Bioefficacy Trials Project. May we call on the following representatives from PARFI, the executing entity of Farm Philippines, its president, Dr. Candida B. Adalia, and from Impact R&D, represented by its vice president, Dr. Bessie M. Burgos. As witnesses, may we also call Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora, executive director of DOST-PCAARRD, and Dr. Veronica P. Migo, project leader of the Bioefficacy Trials Project. May we request our signatories to please come forward. May we also request Dr. Yash Ramdev, UNIDO Technical Advisor, Mr. Teddy Monroy, UNIDO Philippines Country Representative, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos, Alternate PSC Chair and Deputy Executive Director at DOST-PCAARRD, Dr. Juanito T. Batalon, Deputy Executive Director also from PCAARRD, and Dr. Ernie Brown, Project Leader of Farm Philippines. May we request you to please stand behind our signatories and also stay for the next batch for signing of Statement of Cooperation with industry partners. Okay, everyone, to our signatories, kindly proceed with the signing of Memorandum of Agreement. To facilitate the flow of the program, the documents have been pre-signed, and what we're doing in this ceremony is for the final signatures. May we request our signatories to to sustainable solutions. We look forward to working together toward these goals. Thank you very much. The next session is the stakeholder engagement with 4 breakout sessions starting at 1:20 p.m. Session 1 on biopesticide regulation at Acacia Function Room. Session 2 on database and digital hub here at the Centennial Hall B. Session 3 on financing and insurance schemes at the Pitong Function Room. And lastly, TOT and other training initiatives also here at Centennial Hall B. Maraming salamat po. Give this back to Dr. Aquino.
Yehe, malapit na kang kumain. Okay. This event, we call it a series of events because we have a policy forum in the morning. We included in it the memorandum of agreement signing, and then we're going to have a stakeholders consultation or engagement in the afternoon, and then we're going to have a Philippine Project Steering Committee meeting from 2:30, and then by 4 we have the regional PSC meeting together with our counterparts in India. So it's gonna be a long, long day for us. We're just starting. But to close this first part of the series of events on the National Policy Forum, it is but fitting that we give this space to the country representative of UNIDO in the Philippines, Mr. Teddy Monroy. Sir?
Good afternoon to everybody. So I see everybody's enjoying their lunch. So please continue while I provide my closing remarks for this section or this segment of our activity today. To our dear partners, esteemed speakers and discussants, and to all our stakeholders and participants, a very pleasant afternoon to everyone. Winston Churchill once said, "Healthy citizens are the greatest asset a country can have." We often forget this as we continue to pollute our environment, destroying ecosystems and tainting our food systems with harmful materials that can not only directly hurt us, but also our unborn children. Business as usual is not viable anymore, not for a long time now. This is why as we conclude today's segment, I would like to express my sincerest appreciation and gratitude to all of you who are present here, taking time out of your busy schedules to join us. Thank you for collaborating with us as we implement this important initiative of promoting eco-friendly crop protection solutions for persistent organic pollutants and highly hazardous pesticide reduction in Asia, or as we commonly refer to it as the Farm Project. Allow me to also personally thank our partners, to the Global Environment Facility, or the GEF, for their support to the Farm Project, to our esteemed speakers for sharing your invaluable insights this morning, to our partner agencies and organizations in the Philippines, the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Environmental Management Bureau, and the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated for their unwavering support. To our regional partners from HIL India, who have crossed great distances just to support this important milestone of the Farm Project in the Philippines, thank you. To our national project executing partner in the Philippines, the Philippine Agriculture and Resources Research Foundation, or PARFI, for successfully organizing this important national policy forum. And to our lead government partner, the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCAARRD, for their strong leadership. This farm initiative is instrumental in advancing our shared commitment to incentivizing the formulation, production, and application of eco-friendly crop protection solutions. Throughout this morning's discussion, our speakers shared their knowledge on the several barriers along the biopesticide chain, such as limited policy and institutional support, tedious and complex regulatory processes, limited financing and investment specific to biopesticides, limited access to and inadequate incentives and subsidies, and low awareness and adoption among farmers. Despite these challenges, this forum has opened many doors on how we can strengthen the biopesticide industry and advance sustainable agriculture in this country. The discussion highlights the need for a more facilitative and enabling policy and regulatory environment for eco-friendly crop protection solutions. We already have existing procedures, but we need to harmonize and simplify them and strengthen monitoring and enforcement at the same time. We also learned that we have existing financial mechanisms that can be maximized to support sustainable agriculture. However, we need stronger institutional support for farmers to make these mechanisms accessible to them. Still, we need to study this further and explore other possible financing mechanisms to incentivize the formulation, production, and adoption of biopesticides. A lot also needs to be done in terms of capacity and awareness, not just for the farmers, but for all stakeholders along the chain, including the policy and decision makers. Moreover, there is a shared recognition of the importance of collaboration among government, research institutions, and the private sector to scale our innovations. We also have a lot to learn from other countries, like India, whose biopesticide industry is expected to continue expanding due to increasing consumer awareness and strong government support for sustainable agriculture. These are invaluable insights that we should take note of as we craft the strategies to incentivize this industry here in the Philippines. I encourage all government agencies, academic partners, and private industry partners to actively take these discussions forward. Promoting a greener, safer, and more sustainable agriculture will not be achieved through isolated efforts. It requires sustained collaboration, open communication, and shared accountability across all sectors along the supply chain. Let us commit to translating today's dialogue into concrete actions that will create an enabling environment for eco-friendly crop protection solutions. Together, through science-informed policies, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and a shared vision for sustainable development, we can ensure that our actions today will result in a more sustainable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible agriculture for many years to come, a legacy that we can leave to our children. On behalf of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, I commit to continue walking hand in hand with you in our common journey. As implementing agency of the Farm Project, we stand ready to provide guidance and technical assistance, drawing from our global experiences and networks. This year, UNIDO celebrates its 60th year as the only specialized agency of the United Nations mandated to accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We have gone a long way, but the road ahead is still long and winding, given the challenges we are facing in relation to climate change, environmental pollution, and geopolitical conflict that are slowing us down from reaching our sustainable development goals. Nevertheless, we continue to support our member states like the Philippines as long as it takes, and as long as the country sees value in the expertise UNIDO has to offer. We are about to finalize our new UNIDO country program in the Philippines in collaboration with the Department of Economy, Planning and Development and the Department of Foreign Affairs. This program is developed around 4 mutually reinforcing components. First, to modernize food and agro-industries in order to strengthen food security, increase rural incomes, and enhance value addition across agricultural supply chains. Second is on future-ready livelihoods and supply chains through strengthened capacities of MSMEs, improved workforce skills, and increased adoption of innovation and technology. Third is on low-carbon industrial development and climate action by promoting resource efficiency, clean technologies, and circular economy approaches. And fourth is to strengthen partnerships and multi-stakeholder collaboration to mobilize investments, knowledge transfer, and coordinated action in support of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. With this new country program, we look forward to further strengthening our cooperation with the Philippine government in facing challenges and opportunities toward the realization of the country's Ambisyon Natin 2040 vision and its aspirations of becoming an upper middle income economy in the coming years. We are excited to invite you all to join us in this adventure. Thank you so much to everybody who is here again today. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
That closes our morning session. I think we deserve a round of applause. Maraming salamat po sa inyong matyagang, God, what am I gonna say? Participation. Yun. Okay, just reminder lang po, we started at 8 promptly. We ended at 1 promptly. So, and we accomplished everything that's in the program. Now, the stakeholder engagement, there would be 4 sessions. It starts at 1:30 promptly and will end at 3:30 promptly. Puro promptly, ano? There are 4. Digitalization, and what? One more. Financing and incentives. All right. Thank you very much po.
locally tailored, farmer-first climate-smart digital agriculture system. DigiSaka is a climate-smart farming platform that helps farmers transition to digital agriculture. It enables rapid registry of farmers and digitalization of their farms so they can receive accurate and timely information on a daily basis from crop status and drought alerts to PALI prices and market options. Add farm and farmers. DigiSaka enables quick registry of farmer and farm information recorded in under 2 minutes, even in low